Top of the morning, traders, and happy Tuesday, February 24th, and welcome to the Most Value Pack Live Trading Show, where we live trade, breakdown charts, cover high impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day. Yesterday is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next step to join our community for our pre-market prep stream and the delay-free, ad-free stream. We're a couple of seconds out from the open. We're scheduled to open up in prior day's range near the prior day lows. So again, what happened yesterday stays yesterday. What happens today will stay in today. Let's look to take advantage of the best opportunities. Good morning, guys. As far as catalyst, we do have a catalyst at 10 o'clock. We do have a catalyst, I believe it's consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock. Poll question for today is, what broker do you use to trade / scalp, especially for day trading, not particularly swing trading or anything like that, but just primarily day trading and scalping. So far, 64% of the poll has said TOS. Okay, we are officially open. 681.89 is the official open. Daily open there. Qs are near that PML. Everything's near PML. We did see the IW slice and dice through PML. SPY is looking to slice and dice through PML as well. See if you can hold below PML. That's 50.66. If we can slice and dice through PML, we have a nice little zone between that PML and that daily open. That's been giving us some nice reads past couple of days. First cohort of traders up on the clock, of course, are the 5-minute orb army. I didn't get a chance to draw that line. Okay, here. Good morning. Okay, nice slice and dice there. Daily open 681.89. Look at that, guys. Right off the open. Right. Slice and dice through PML, targeting that 680.39. Coming into play there already. So that prior day low is 680.39. So as we come into this territory, what are some possible setups? Of course, I want to see a confirmed close below here. Retrace, reject. This was strong support previously, right? So be on the lookout for those traps. If it slices and dices through it, that's going to be great. But coming into it, we got to treat it as support. If you zoom out just a little bit, you can see what kind of reaction that we did have in that territory. So we need that violation of that support, and we need the VIX to continue to climb and claw its way to that 22. Okay, claw its way to 22. Retrace, reject off PML, and that daily open presents an opportunity right there. Good morning, guys. Good morning. We got 50 people joining us this morning right out the bat. So again, let's get the likes up. Make sure to like the video. We can get 50 likes within the first hour. Okay, so far we did see IWM wick back. We grabbed those PML, grabbed that PML and wick. It looks like Walmart's starting to go. Okay, Walmart. Day 2 continuation at Walmart. Walmart just blasted off, guys. Apple blasting off as well. So Apple and Walmart were the two names we're paying attention to, of course. Let's just go here for a second. Citi, see if Citi can get that close below prior day lows. We're seeing that sell-off. We're starting to see the Dow push the upside here. Look at Apple, guys. Apple and Walmart gone. Citi, see if you get that close below those lows. Let me just drop down to the 5 real quick on Walmart. The low-hanging fruit setup, of course, on SPY is that retrace reject off of that PML. All right, that retrace reject off that PML into that daily open, into that daily downside breaker. All right, the breakdown already took place. If you took that, congratulations. 5-minute orb army. If you're on the clock, coming up in a couple of less than 40 seconds. So 5-minute orb army. All right, whatever that low is going to be your time to shine. Okay, see if Walmart can start pulling back here. I'll throw an alert on Walmart. Okay, SPY is starting to slide here. Okay, let me go back to SPY real quick. Okay, SPY. Okay, 5-minute orb army. 680.56 is that breaker. Look at the SPY, guys. SPY. Look at the Qs. Qs are just falling off a cliff. Okay, WMT is coming into play. Okay, look at that wick on WMT. You see how quickly that thing wicked? Okay, so there goes SPY. There goes SPY. SPY's below that 5-minute orb. Okay, SPY's triggering that daily downside breaker. So I want to see a nice push lower here, guys. We're working our way into the jaws of the runway below us. Okay, so I will look for that retrace reject. One nice close below that level. Ooh, look at the IV. IV is looking good. Keep in mind, we have State of the Union today. State of the Union today, all right? State of the Union today, so keep that in mind. Now, see if we can hold below POC. I want to see a decisive close below these lows. All right, because if we just zoom out just for a second, guys, the reason why I'm saying you need that additional layer of confirmation is because look at this, guys. First touch, second touch, third touch, fourth touch. So we need that clear close below these lows to really go short. If we can get that clear close, everything is looking good. VIX gets above that 22, we'll be good to go. Okay, nice little push. See if we get a retrace reject. I'll be there for it between this territory. Contracts are very pricey here. Contracts are very pricey. Starting to go. So keep that in mind. Factor that into your equation. All right. So as we're coming into this territory, we need the VIX to blast past 22. All right. Blast past 22. So you get that clear close down there. I'm going to go a little further data here. I'm going to go further strike here to mitigate some of that the cost of contracts. The 5 still holding below it. Last thing you want to see if you're in that position is a hammer on that 5. If you're a bear. If you're a bull, what you're waiting for is a hammer. Okay, see if you get a nice little... I want to see a parabolic push above 22. Okay, that is support. Okay, that is support. So I need that support to crack. Paying attention to this 5-minute candle here. 15 minutes still looks weak. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. So you see the pre-market low break from the pre-market we were discussing. Good morning. This is going to take... All right, so just take into account the cost of those contracts. All right, look at that. All right, just like that. All right, this is strong support. So we need to wait for that confirmed close. If we can get to this territory, right, I like that retrace reject, back into it. So buyer stepping in there. Okay, Apple continues to go. Walmart has not gone back above those highs yet. Apple is gone. See if Apple can work its way back to here. So Walmart was more of just take the break. All right, so that hold didn't present an opportunity. All right, so that's support. Okay, look at that 15-minute candle now, guys. Look at that 15-minute candle now. Look at that candle. Right, this is why it's so important not to just go short right off that territory. And it blasted past this area. It went engulfing on the 5. Looking to take out the other side of the orb here. My goodness. Ferocious move there. Okay, the other side of the orb is taken out. There's that daily open. The 5-minute that is. The 5-minute that is. Okay, see if we can reclaim VWAP. VWAP is 682.04. So no trade so far. We're just looking to entertain this area for potential retrace reject. No signs of No signs of activity there. We did see the VIX reject off that 22. Went peekaboo, and now we're getting a nice bounce off that support once again. Right, you can see bounce, bounce, bounce. So where does this lead us? Does it lead us into this territory and beyond? That's the weekly 50% retrace. That would be an area to pay attention to. If anyone took the grab, that was beautiful. So keeping a close eye on this key zone here. This side of the orb, starting to go. See if you can decisively reclaim. So no entry here for the short. See if you can decisively reclaim that 50% retrace. Wow. So there's a lot of sellers that are trapped there. A lot of sellers that are trapped. So just using that additional layer of confirmation. System feels a little slow today. Using that extra layer of confirmation. Okay, we're at that weekly 50% retrace, right? Avoids that trap. If I were to take this and I took it to the downside, it gets stopped out. AMD destroyer up 6.5 this morning. Yeah, AMD and Meta struck a deal. Look at that push to the upside. You got trapped there, Firefly. That was brutal, right there, and it went very fast. We're able to catch the other side of the orb. I know some of you like to trade the orb, regardless. So maybe this gain can mitigate this loss. The system feels slow today for some reason, guys. Good morning. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. No trade so far. Still waiting. It looks like TradingView. My TradingView screen is frozen. Like, I don't understand. Is TradingView frozen for anyone else? Keep in mind, guys, contracts are very expensive. Okay, IV was north of 30 to kick things off. Okay, I'm gonna have to refresh here. Okay, I'm not sure why. Okay. We haven't had technical difficulties in a long time, so. Okay. Not sure what's going on this side, but we do have this buy strikers chart here as well. So if you are in a position, you can see it right there. So let me get this corrected. Okay, we're seeing a nice bounce across the board. Okay, this one seems to be working. So let's see if we get this one opened up and switch to the other one. I just built a brand new PC. My TradingView isn't freezing. Okay, good. For some reason, mine will close everything out. My CPU usage is under 12%. So I don't know. All right, so there we go. Okay. All right, so what a nice push off those lows. Nice 2 down, 2 up. Bounces off that daily downside breaker, sweeps those previous lows, continues to push, and now we're above. We are above the 50% retrace, and we're headed towards PMH. Okay, and you want to take the break up here. That was a nice break. Even the reclaim of this zone here. That PMH is coming up. So that PMH and the 15-minute orb closely coincide. And now look where we are, guys. Look where we are. Okay, so now the more we get, so we pump fake these. That's why in the pre-market program we were saying this is support until we get proven otherwise. So it's being very, very careful. Now we're using this as a bounce zone, continue to push, and we're coming into this critical area. 50 EMA. We have the 50 EMA on the hourly. We have the weekly POC. We have that PMH. We have a lot of different things in that territory. See what kind of movement we get in that area. Hourly is directional. 4 hours directional. Okay. 15-minute orb right over there. That's the 15-minute orb. So Ripple, of course, Ripple is there. If we get a shooter on the 5, I might fade that push back to that 682.88. Back to 682.88. Make sure to like the video, guys, on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. I like how we're breaking down here. The one thing that does look appealing is the breakdown on the VIX below that 20, that 21. That does support the longs. Okay, so I want to see how we interact with this Ripple. Okay. Shot out of a cannon. Shot out of a cannon here. If this 5-minute candle goes shooter, we start to see a little slowdown on the VIX. It gravitates back towards 21. See if I can take it back to downside. Invalidation marker, of course, that continue push and that break. If it turns into a full body, continues to accelerate, I'll let it run into 685.20, 685.20, and maybe a pull back into this orb and that PMH for the wave. So keeping a close eye on this territory. Keeping a close eye. So if you're in the orb army, you take the Ripple, you're in. You're in to win. Keep a close eye on those contracts. They're returning to some level of normalcy now. Off the open, they were in the 30s. Off the open, they were in the 30s. There we go. Okay, I'll be there for the retest. I like how buyers protecting that. Orb across the board did trigger on the 15 for SPY, IWM, and the Qs. The Dow's next. The Dow is next. See how we interact with this area. We do have room to 685.20. That's that first target there. Key level. If you did take that 15-minute break. If you took the 5-minute break to the upside, right? Massive, massive push to the upside. That's that runway. That's that runway. Good morning, guys on YouTube. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Let's get the likes up. We'll do the giveaway at 50 likes. $120% SPY calls. Beautiful job. Turbo. 20% done. Okay, trading view good on your side. Okay, good. I don't want my indicators to be universally synced. Okay, want that. So if we can hold above 685.20, that's that first target. Then we have yearly open right there. Yearly open right there. Okay, that is that first target, 685.20. That gives you a nice runway. We're moving about $1 per 5 minutes, guys. So this is an aggressive push. That's about 85 cents. That's more than enough. So you can come back and retest that. We got a nice shooter candle on the 1. Nothing impactful on the 5 yet. Keep in mind, we're still within prior day's range. One thing I want to pay attention to closely is this 15-minute candle. Okay, before we get into this runway, we need to hold above this territory because this is where the 50 EMA, the the hourly 50 MA converge, the weekly POC converge. A lot of things converge in this territory. So if we can get past this territory, it gives us a nice runway to that area. If we go shooter off of here, that might send us back to the downside. So let that kind of unfold in the next few minutes. Unfold in the next few minutes. We also have weekly, daily 50% retrace. Okay, we have this nice 50% retrace and that daily, that yearly open. Okay. I want that wave to be invalidated. If the wave can get invalidated, that 15-minute goes shooter. That 15 minutes still has 9 minutes left. That can open up the door for those shorts. But in the meantime, the wave is right there, right? The wave is right there for that bounce. So the question is risk reward. Risk reward versus probability. Okay, morning. Good morning, Brad. Good morning, Brad. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Nice levels there. Kevin. If this breaks those lows, this can start this. We need that close below PMH. That opens up this runway back to that downside. I'm looking at the 682s. We get that nice close and then validate the wave. I like how the Qs. I like how the VIX is starting to bounce. VIX reclaim 21, start to push, break below 684.21. That can open up the door for those shorts. VIX rejects off 21. This remains as a nice little wave bounce. See if they can put a little more pressure on this here. Let that 5-minute candle close. Yeah, QQQ is coming close. So pivotal point here. VIX continues to reject. I'll go long here. So it just depends. Okay, contracts are returning to some level of normalcy. So my runway. So what I'm thinking about now is this runway. Okay, this runway. All right, with not a lot of key levels versus this runway. Okay, so let that inside candle close. If we break below PML, the 682s look appealing to the downside. If we can hold, breakout, then 686 is the upside. So we'll see what does take place. Let this inside candle sort itself out. So my goal is to sit through as little back and forth as possible. Once the decision is made, be there for the decision. Once the decision is made, be there for the decision. Okay, I like how the VIX continues to push lower. A minute, 50 seconds left. That 15, I'm looking at that 15 as well. That 15 is leaning towards being a shooter. 6 minutes left on the 15. All right, pivotal point. Pivotal point here. So it's primed to make a big move. I do like how the VIX is going south. If we get this nice break, that'd be nice. So question is, can PMH hold? Can PMH hold? Okay, we're starting to break that level. I like how the VIX is spiking here. I'll take a short right there. Take the puts right there. Okay, I'm in the puts. I want this area to hold. I want the VIX to get above 21. So I don't want this to turn into a wave. So no break of this resistance, no breakout. That would be great. I accidentally took the calls. Let me close that. Let me take the puts. I accidentally took the calls there. Okay, let me reschedule for the puts. Okay, back in the puts. I took the calls there for a quick percentage. By accident, now I'm in the puts. Why do I keep taking the calls? 1 second, guys. I'm going to close that out again. For some reason, both my chains are on calls. Give me 1 second. Okay, now the puts. I can take the puts. Okay, I'll be in the puts here. So I took the calls twice on accident. My chain, for some reason, was on puts. So let's see if this can start to go to the downside. Okay, if you did take this puts, manage accordingly. TP where you need to. Okay. Okay. Up 8. Up 10. Up 14. Up 16. There we go. I'm going to take my majority off right there. Thank you very much. Hold runners. So those calls did give me a little bit of a percentage. But again, I'm not looking for the call, so I just close it out. Now let's see if these runners can hit that 682.88. I already took a majority off. Beautiful. Stayed patient. Just waited. If you did take that, manage accordingly. Up 14. Look out for the VWAP below. Up 20. Take some more off right there. Okay. Who took that? Who took the puts there? If you took the puts, put a $sign in the chat. Watch out for VWAP. Watch out for VWAP. Up 25. 29. Targeting 682.88. 36. There we go. There we go. Watch out for that EMA right there. If we can collapse below VWAP, this starts to slide. We can get some buyers stepping in here. So TP where you need to. There's 30% plus. Okay. And the fills have been atrocious. Okay, I'm going to close out right there. Okay. About 30% plus on the last runners. Okay, so if you took that, beautiful job, right? But with that VWAP is right there. We have some EMAs right there, so that's a good TP. So this is the runway. So even though I was trying to take the puts here, it took me 3 times. I had the contracts. I had both my options chains on calls for some reason, but those calls give me a small percentage. But still, I'm just going to take the puts because I like the setup here. All right. I'll be mindful of VWAP. It already went 30+%. That 15-minute can be setting up as well. That is an early entry. If this 15-minute holds for the next 2 minutes, and we collapse below VWAP, incoming slide. So I'll wait for that as well for that second leg. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. So that's how you bounce back. All right. So if you were, I think I was the only one who was red in the chat. The chat did phenomenal yesterday. I think I was the lone wolf who was red. But regardless, you know what? I tried to be as patient as possible. A little bit of technical difficulties. Chart froze. Look for a high quality setup. Paired it with the VIX. Nice slide to the downside. All right, so we're back in business. So it's very important. If you are a YouTube member, go check out that video, what to do after a red day. So what I constantly say is after a red day, your primary objective is to be green. Whether it's $1 green, whether it's a gazillion dollars green, if it's one trade green, just to be green. Okay, beautiful job, Gary. IWM stopped out. Sticking to my plan, max 3 trades. All beautiful job, Tujin. We can get some pushback in this territory. We're down VWAP, but if it clears it, if you're still in those runners, you feel comfortable after securing a majority, go for the ride. All right, only after securing the majority. Because if it starts to break that VWAP, starts to break 682.88, good to go. All right, good to go. Okay, so there you go, guys. So if you go back for a second, there was 2 things we were paying attention to here. There was 2 opportunities we were weighing. Right, one opportunity had a higher probability, and the other opportunity had a higher risk at higher reward. So this break, of course, if it broke, has probably a more higher probability because it's above those levels, but we just need that one piece of data to support it, which is the VIX continue to slide to the downside, right? But it doesn't have as much room to run up. This one, which has the greater reward, right? We went for this one. So sometimes you're weighing which one you want to take based on not only the risk, but also what is the potential reward? What is the upside reward? So I have view up here, new 5 minute. Now watch this be the collapse. This is a key zone here. Key zone, key zone, key zone. If we did take that, you can be done for the day. Right. This is some clean moves off the open. 35%. Beautiful job seeking wisdom. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Anyone holding runners? Those runners are running. Those runners are running. All right. So okay. So those runners are running, guys. Give you some context. Not to give you FOMO. I'll give you some context. Those runners, I got them at 138. By the time I said for the idea, those are now. Okay, let's see. These 683s, they were 138 when I grabbed them, and they are now 223. Okay, that's close to 80, 90%, close to 100%. All right. So now that runway is complete. Second runway, just take it piece by piece. Take it piece by piece. Can someone point me in the right direction to learn how to do this? Sign up for the boot camp. Get yourself educated. Get yourself immersed in the community. Tune into the live stream. It's this is for educational purpose, so you can learn, interact with the chat. Right, it's all so you can learn. Look out for that hammer on the 5 off of this territory, this nice little zone there. And I'm going to just sit on that trade for the remainder of first shift. All right. I'm not going to look to force anything. I'm going to sit on that trade for the remainder of first shift. 5 runners, 60%. Beautiful job, Firefly. That's the way to bounce back, okay? Our group is all about resilience. Okay, it's all about resilience. We're going to get punched in the face, guys. We're going to get punched in the face. We're gonna take low blows. All right, but there's no quit. We're gonna shoot our shot as well. We're not gonna just stand there and get beat up. There's a fight. We're gonna throw our shots too. It's like if you're younger. All right, there's two kinds of people. Right? There are people, okay, if they're afraid of someone, they won't fight them. If they know they're gonna lose. And there's other people, even if they're going to lose, if they're forced to fight, they will still fight. Because they're interested in standing up for themselves. Very similar to trading. It's a fight. All right, so if you're not coming in prepared to take some hits, not get knocked out, okay? You don't want to get knocked out, but you are going to get jabbed up a few times. Maybe a body shot. When you recoup, you have to throw your shot as well. Okay? And you got to wait. You got to wait. You got to wait. You got to wait. You see that opening in the pocket, you shoot your shot. And you keep your hands up now. Okay? And that's the name of the game. That's the name of the game. And the cool thing is we get to go through this as a team. Okay, so watch out for the hammer on the 5 that thing can go hammer. Just to give you some context, all right. This morning we were saying be careful with those shorts, all right. So the game plan was very straightforward today. All right, the game plan was very straightforward. Yesterday's game plan was straightforward, but I decided to do my own thing. Okay. So the game plan for today was very straightforward in the pre-market prep with our team was if we can get a break below these lows, we need that close. We need that area to be proven otherwise. It's the UPO framework we like to use. Until proven otherwise, it's support. Once we get the close below here, guess what? This opens up this territory. Now, if we start to get a bounce, we're going to start to probably bounce into this area. Once we start to bounce in that area, if we start to see some slowdown, okay, that can open up the door for some shorts. If we get a continued push to the upside, that opens up the door for a continued push to the upside where we can take the calls. So now we are jammed between these two areas. All right, we're giving back some of that push to the upside off this rejection to the downside. Question we have to bring up now, guys, is do we have enough fuel? Do we have enough long strapped up here to drag them to the floor and break it down here? Okay. If we do, you're just waiting for this territory for a clean close below these lows for potential opportunity here. All right, so for your next trade, map it out. Don't just fire capital, throw capital at the wall. Okay. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I've been kicked in the balls by the market. Those hits or jabs are lessons, not losses, 100%. Right? It's the cost of to be a good fighter, you're going to have to learn how to take hits. Any UFC fans in the chat? Any UFC or combat sport fans in the chat? We got 88 people joining us, guys. Let's see if we can get 100 people to join. How we doing, strikers? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Okay, I needed that slide to the downside. So I'll sit on my hands, provide commentary, do Q&A. Let's go check back on Walmart. Let me open up some other charts. So now look where we're bouncing off of, right? We're coming to this territory. There's some EMAs in that territory. So just be mindful of that. For us to have that sustained move team, we're going to have to get that separation right from 21. We're seeing the Qs starting to push back into PMH. The Qs broke above PMH. All right, couldn't hold PMH. Now they're starting to work their way back into PMH. Okay. Keep in mind, this is the last week for the month of February. So you want to close out this month as strong as possible. 17%. Beautiful job, Carlos. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Good morning, Nico. Advice. Your screen, as shown on YouTube, is grayish, making it slightly difficult to see your VWAP. Also, I have VWAP on another. So on YouTube, you guys see this screen. All right, there's a screen that you guys see, and I have another complete screen with the VWAP, SPY, QQQ, IWM, DIA, with some indicators on that screen, right? And my position, my entry, and my percentage gain, and that's available to the private members, so they see that as well. Okay, so right now, just wait. That's what you got to do. Trading view, go to background, canvas, select the black background. Does it look grayish? Let me see. So time to time, I switch my candle colors and to change things up. Let me see how it looks. Let me open up YouTube real quick. So I have 80 people on the check-in, guys. Make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. 50 likes will do a giveaway. 50 likes by 10:30 is the goal. Recovered a good bit. Beautiful job, Firefly. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And this one, I know you're in the Orb Army, and this one is right. And the thing is, if it's your setup, I understand you got to take it, right? If something is your setup, it's there. Maybe adding a couple of variables for the entry, right? Maybe having three or a couple of different ways to enter the position might help avoid the thing. But if it's your setup and it's something you want to allocate risk on, right? You just live with the outcome. But it's just trying to keep that risk as tight as possible. I know in this case, if someone did take the 5-minute or breakdown, right, this candle here was accelerating, so it's hard to get filled to exit. It's hard to get filled to exit. What do I charge for the month? 50 bucks. 50 bucks, guys. Absolute steal. You have access to the course material. You have access to everything, right? So we're trying to make it as friendly as possible, all right? So we're still early in our infancy. Of course, naturally, there'll be a price increase to protect our community. We have to keep making that wall higher and higher so only serious people join in. See if we get that final break above 684.37, reestablish control above this territory. If we can do that, that gives us initially that runway, that orb gives us that runway initially into this territory. All right. And then if it can, you target 685.20. And then if that can hold, target 685.71 piece by piece. Each of those targets, best practice is to pay the trader. Okay. Just imagine how many trades you were probably green in, but you didn't take profit. Okay, Robinhood. Let's take a look at Robinhood. Let me open up another chart here. I'll just open it up here. Absolutely, guys. Use those gains, right, as your scholarship. I'll talk about the boot camp as well for all the beginners and people who are trying to refine their technical knowledge of day trading. That's going to be coming up. Okay, you can only take it as far as your education. Right? You're going to hit a wall. If you don't know how to navigate certain conditions, you're going to hit a wall. If you look at the landscape, February has not been a good month for, I'll say, most traders in our space. Not in our community, but in the overall trading space. Everyone is complaining about February. We don't complain about February. We wake up, we say there's another opportunity in February. We take it day by day, trade by trade. Okay, we look to dominate February. When people are complaining and saying February's action is this, they chalk it up to chop or the geopolitical this or that, this. We don't use that as an excuse. We show up, we take the setups, we look for the best opportunities, we define risk, we allocate risk, and we live with the outcome. Right? All that other stuff, guys, is, if you've been doing this for long enough, is just noise. If you're a scalper, if you're a day trader, you should be able to find your setups, especially if you want to do this every day. If you're in the camp where you're doing this once in a while, that's different. But if you want to do this every day, right, there should be some work for you to do every single day. Based on your knowledge, based on your experience, based on the resources you have access to. So there's literally opportunities everywhere, regardless of the conditions. But it changes for different style of traders. If you're a swing trader, it's tough conditions, especially if you're a swing trader that has a bullish bias. That's why it's so important to exist in the scalping day trading department, because you're always going to have work. Right? You're an essential worker, essentially. Okay? Absolutely. 50 bucks. 50 bucks is the fee. $50 a month. Absolute steal. Okay? The link is pinned to the chat. If you're on a trial, use the code trial 30. Okay, you save 25% off your first month. I believe there's a few spots left there. I open up about 20 spots in February, March. I'll be opening up 10 spots. All right, so there's multiple ways to join. But here's the link. Especially going into March. Okay, March is a fresh month. A clean slate. New calendar. Lock in for March. Make that commitment to yourself. You're going to stick to your rules. You're going to stick to your setups. You're going to show up on days where you're available to show up. Okay. We're just chopping around here as the SPY hugs at as the VIX hugs at 21. If you're a first-time viewer, all I ask is smash the like button, subscribe. Okay, usually takes 3 to 5 episodes for you to really start to resonate with the content. All right, so there's no rush, no pressure for you to jump in. It's just for the ones that really want to elevate their trading. This is crack. How are we doing, strikers? I was wondering, do you live trade and give alerts on Discord? So I don't give any alerts. I just tell you I don't tell you to trade anything. I just tell you the trade that I'm taking, what I'm seeing, and I throw out ideas out there. Right? I give the rationale. I give you the entry, some of the criteria, what the stop is. Right? By no means, I don't want you to use it as an alert service. Right? Because everything you trade might not line up with the things I trade. But it's so you can learn the setups that I'm trading. So the people who have the best success in our Discord are the ones that already have a system they trade, and they use the entries I might be having in confluence with something they're doing already. Because every trade I take might not line up with the things you trade as well. But if both of our trades line up, more than likely, right, that's an additional layer of confluence. All right, so the whole point is to get you guys educated. That's the whole point. Right, so it's not just, hey, you know what, watch XYZ above this level, below this level. That doesn't do anything for you. Okay. So we're jammed between these two territories at PML and PMH. Right, we're stuck between PML and PMH. Let's at least create separation away from this area. If we can create separation away from it, that would be great. We are currently using this trend line support. Let's see if we can make a higher high. We got this high up here. We got this lower high here. So we kind of break in pursuit of making a higher high, get above PMH. We'll see. How we doing, strikers? How we doing? Trading on my phone is easier on PC. Maybe because you're looking at less things sometimes. Sometimes when you're looking at too many things, can be analysis paralysis. Waiting, good. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Our goal is 3,100 subs. We're closing in on that goal. We'll do a giveaway here shortly. We're 11 likes away. Let's see if we can crack 100 live concurrent viewers. We're at 88. So just by you guys liking the video, subscribing, right, it really helps the YouTube algorithm. So we've been here for some time. We've been doing this for 200 plus episodes every single day, day in and day out, trading all sorts of conditions. Right, so we just didn't pop up out of nowhere. We've been at this for quite some time. So if you're a first-time viewer, make sure to smash that like button. So it helps get the stream to more traders. So as of now, if you're looking for an idea, you want to look for something outside of this PMH and PML territory. If we zoom out, we're jammed between that area as well. On the 15, you can see, right, we're jammed in this territory. So more than likely, we have a traffic jam here, all right? So if you're looking to play liquidity grabs, all right, you want to see if we get some traps above those highs and those lows. If you're looking to play expansion continuation, you want to break above those highs, break below these lows with follow through. Okay, so far the bulls are using this support to guide them. It looks like they want to make a run at this maybe yearly open up there. Let me copy this yearly open, paste it here. Okay, that 5 minute starting to shape up. Do we finally break here? Do we finally break above the zone? Continue to push, get back above PMH, get back above that 15-minute high. That orb. Or is this it? Now keep in mind, State of the Union today. State of the Union today. I got to open up the other chart here to see where everything else is doing. Okay, we're getting a nice little 5 minute push here. If you can hold above PMH 684.21, hold above that 684.38, that orb territory on the 15, that can give us a little room to go. See if you can hold above it. VIX is going south. That's very favorable. So this runway between here and here is about $1 and some change. All right, you have a potential target at that 684.95. That's 76 cents, and of course, all the way through is $1 and 28.30 cents, based on that reclaim. Qs are going north. IWM going north, so everything going north here. IWM reach a weekly open. Thanks for the heads up, Lynn. Let's see, take a look at IWM. Yeah, IWM. Interestingly, IWM is the one name that can go. It has a potential to go 3 up. Meaning that weekly candle night is still early, but it did take out those lows. If we get above 50% retrace on IWM on the weekly, right? Early sign of a 3 up is possibly brewing, right? It is above that daily upside breaker. IWM is the one name. Actually, it's not above that daily upside breaker. Not sure why that's there. As an old level. The daily upside breaker is all the way up here. Right, but IWM is showing some signs of strength there, starting to push. Orb again on call, second after stop loss. Good persistence. On that reclaim, that's nice. Nice 11% there. Good. Manage accordingly. So the bulls are using this this here. So if you're a bear, you're just waiting for this thing to crack. All right, you're looking for some cracks in the foundation. Cracks in the foundation. My brother told me he's a parental scalper due to his newborn baby. The baby cries, he stops loss after feeding. When the baby burps, that's his entry. That's proprietary strategy, right? Can't be duplicated. Proprietary strategy for your for your brother. Hey, if it gets the job done, he gets the job done. Nice push above those highs. Okay, that first target 685.20. See if you get that continued acceleration. Nice reclaim above here. So there are willing participants, willing bulls to engage there. Is there enough to take out that 685.20 and get above those highs. Last time we came into this territory, we did get an aggressive rejection. All right, so that's why this area would be your initial TP. And a tremendous job, Artem, on grabbing that. On that reclaim. Beautiful, up 20%. 5 minute looks good. Synchronized buying. VIX falling off a cliff. That's good. VIX has room to 20. Just be mindful of that 685.20 on SPY. We're 5 minutes away from first shift. We did take one trade today, guys. That one trade was the puts here. Took me some time to get filled. I accidentally took the calls a few times for a little bit of appreciation. But I was persistent in taking those puts to the downside. And that worked out nicely for 30+% opportunity. All in all, if you decided to hold it, maybe you get 70, 80, 90% out of it, right? If you decided to hold it too long, it evaporates. It evaporates, okay? So important, you have to TP at some point. You have to TP at some point. Okay? So we're about to hit the conclusion of first shift. Let's get 50 likes, guys. 50 plus likes is the goal. If we can get 50 plus likes, we will do a giveaway. If we can get 50 likes in the first hour, we will do a giveaway for a boot camp. All right. And then when we get to 100 likes, we'll do another giveaway. So we'll do a giveaway every hour. And so you definitely want to be available for it. If we can hold above 685.20, continues to push, that'd be great. VIX has room to that 20. Next target, of course, is at 685.71. 5 minute continues to push. Continued push on SPY, continued push on the Qs. On that 5, continued push. Qs are really leading the way here. If we get above 685.71, that means we are above that yearly open, and SPY is back to being green on the year. Okay, nice push. Nice push, nice push, nice push. Small account challenge for sell to gain discipline, up 3.4%. Beautiful job. Those contracts are running, ripping and running. Beautiful job, Artem. Now you need to hold above that 685.71. If it continues, next target is that monthly 50% retrace. So now we got our higher high. So is this a downtrend or an uptrend? All right. Is this a downtrend or an uptrend? So far, with the data we have from 9:30 to 10:27, is the market moving up or is it moving down? Overall, in general, right? It's moving up. What are the characteristics? Right. As of now, the characteristics are, of course, higher high, higher low. Doesn't mean you only have to trade the upside. No. So does it just mean just buy calls because it's an uptrend? You have to know when to buy calls, where not to buy calls. Okay. So yearly open, the bulls got victory above yearly open. Decisive victory above that yearly open. So let's see if we can continue to push. There goes the Qs. This is synchronized buying across the board. We can start running out of steam if we start to bounce off that 20 on the VIX. Next target 687.15. 687.15. 47% view out bounce. Beautiful job. Milted absolutely on a tear. Beautiful job, Artem. 62%. Look at that, guys. 62%. Just like that. All right. The power of trading. The power of having a strategy. Sticking to the plan. All right. Don't chase. Folks were getting those nice gains. They were in early on. So the view out bounces in this territory. The view out reclaim. This is primarily fueled by coming close to that daily open, getting back above that 682.88, and eventually getting above that this zone here, and getting above that daily 50% retrace, And then now, if we just go back to 15, what do we do? Remember we talked about this area, right? It's either it breaks out, continues to push, or it traps, and now it's starting to get into the second part of that runway. All right, so second part of that runway, and that 200 EMA is coming up on the hourly. So reclaim that 50 EMA on the hourly, and now it's headed towards that 200 EMA on the hourly, and it's headed towards that rejection zone between 687.30, 689.95, just shy of 690. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful catch. That was a beautiful, beautiful catch. That's how we do it. 80% holding one runner. Okay. So first shift is officially in the books. First hour of the day is in the books. Let us know how you did. If you're green, if you're red, if you're yellow, how many trades you took. Before you take any more trades, make that assessment and start to map out what your next idea is going to be. So first shift just took one trade. Okay, nice double-digit gain on the first trade. Second shift, we'll look for some opportunities in second shift as it pertains to some of these zones here, and just be patient for those zones. We got one there. We got one all the way here. This would be shallow. And monitoring this channel here. All right. And the VIX is below 20. Could have made more. Best problem to have, 100%. Beautiful job, Artem, on being patient. Right. Stopped out the first time. A responsible stop. Knows where to get out. Comes back. Takes it again. If you abide by your stops and your risk, guys, you're bound to win over time. You just have to do it enough times. Okay. Make sure to like the video, guys. If we got 50 likes, we'll do the giveaway. We'll do the giveaway here. 50 likes is the goal. We'll do the giveaway, guys. If you're just jumping in for the first time, we are live trading SPY. The first hour of the day just wrapped up. First trade worked in our favor beautifully, 30+% gain. We did have a bunch of our team members capitalize, I should say, not accelerate, capitalize off the opportunities. You can see our resident orb trader, 15-minute orb trader, 75%, right? 80%. So it's not just one style of trading. 47% VWAP bounce, 3% of the portfolio small account. Symmetrical triangle, 17% on SPY, recovered. So it took a loss initially, recovered some of that loss. There you go, 21%, dollar sign there. Okay, all these things are possible. 100%, 20% SPY calls, 20% done. So if you're done, be done, guys. If you say done in the chat, the rule is, so lost 900 there and recovered some there. So tremendous job. So it's not just the traders they're fighting to get these gains. Look at that, guys. Look at Sancho's performance. Tremendous job, Sancho. This is awesome, awesome, awesome to see. That is one heck of a streak. All right, the next 2 days, just close out strong and do whatever you need to do to close out the month of February. Stopped out 27%. 2 trades, barely broke green on the first. Second trade, took that bounce off VWAP. Upside push, very close. Beautiful job, daily goal. All right, the goal is that first hour. If you can do a majority of your work during that first hour, you're doing tremendous. 81% on SPY for Fami on YouTube. Beautiful, beautiful. And let's go back to Sancho real quick. Right, you see all these losses? These are the kind of losses you like to have. And look at that. So a tremendous, tremendous, tremendous job. Well earned. Right, you earned it. You fought for it. You made the proper adjustments. And it's so awesome to see that. Again, the people who've been in our community for some time, those are the ones who are finding that success. So again, be encouraged. All right. I have no prior affiliation with anyone in the community. They're just everyday people, just trading just like you and I. They put the work in. All right. So that's very, very motivational, guys. So use it for motivation. That is doable. You stick to your plan. You stick to your risk parameters. You put up a good fight. You show up. You make the proper adjustments. You learn the lessons the market is trying to teach you. You don't ignore the lessons. And things will start working in your favor. The middle of the week was me having a hard rule for stops, smaller cons. The past week have been using 1 to 3 day DTEs, very close to in the money contracts. I start scaling out cons around 10-15%. I don't go for home runs. That is the formula, the simplest formula that can be applied to 90% of traders, guys, is that right there. Pay the trader, keep risk tight. If home runs are there, let them be there, but don't try to chase those home runs. And it adds up. The reason why it's not adding up is because you haven't done it long enough. If you do it for 10, 15, 20, 30 days, you'll start seeing, hey, you know what? I don't need to chase home runs. Right? And they'll naturally come. They'll naturally come. Those runners, maybe you'll get a home run on a runner. But if you do, if you don't, that's fine. Because the majority has been secured. Okay? So beautiful, 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 beautiful job. So awesome to see, guys. So awesome to see. We cracked 50 likes. We'll do a giveaway here shortly. Put your names in the chat for the giveaway. I'll explain the rules of the giveaway. Yesterday, if you were tuning in, I was red. Today, I'm green. My rule is, right, on a red day, for those of you who are new, if I'm red that particular day, the next day my goal is to be green, and that's it. So if it means I just take this one trade, as much as I want to click buttons, as much as I want to continue to trade, to provide more value, it's the best practice thing to do is to be done. Right? That's the best practice thing to do. So if you're in the same boat, right, exercise that level of discipline as well. Right? Exercise that level of discipline as well. The transition to being profitable on the month is giving me a new perspective. And the biggest thing that I'm avoiding for now is scaling up. I'll stick to my plan. And don't be in a rush to scale up. Okay? Don't be in a rush to scale up, guys. The main thing is try to meet your wage and eventually beat your wage. Okay? The benchmark is your wage. Your benchmark is not someone online. Don't try to keep up with someone online, someone else. The benchmark is your wage. Your benchmark is essentially your expenses. Right? Can you cover one expense? You have to put it into practical terms. Okay, the whole objective is to put set amount in your account and to walk away with more than you put in. All this technical stuff, the psychology stuff, the mindset stuff, all that stuff is just a means to an end. That's the skill set you need to make that transaction, right, as profitable as possible. Or else you put set amount disappears, evaporates. All right, so I would argue just refining the things you're doing already is better than scaling up. All right. So a tremendous, tremendous job, Sancho. Very proud of your progression, and keep it up. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. So March is it. March is a breakout. I got 81% on SPY. Gabriel, Poppy, okay. Put your names in the chat, guys. Put your names in the chat. I honestly don't know how you are able to talk, juggle all this while trading. Pretty impressive. I can barely get away from this. You get used to it over time. Now I have the reps to do it. Sometimes I miss I think the pros outweigh the cons, right? You get to help people, you get to work together, you get to cultivate a community. I was streaming in 2024, and I did go stop streaming for a little bit to take some time off and go back to training on my own. And it's not the same. I have to say, it's not the same. Right? It's just when you're on your own, it's very mechanical. It's not fulfilling. Right? You still do it, but it's not fulfilling. But now if you can get a bunch of people, cultivate an environment where people are winning, people are progressing, people are losing the right way. Right? Just because you have a couple extra things to juggle, you may miss a couple of setups here and there. Right? It's so much more fulfilling. So much more fulfilling. All right? And your brain will get used to it. Right? If you put your brain under any kind of circumstance, eventually you're forced to get used to it. And even my ability to trade has significantly improved. Right? Because the things I say about risk, this, I have to put into practice. The biggest thing is a lot of people have trading plans, but the danger is the fact that they trade alone. Right? It's very easy for you to move your stop. It's very easy for you to convince yourself otherwise. It's very easy for you to continue to trade when no one is looking. Right? So the fact that there's a community, there's a collection of traders working together, sharing ideas, is going to help you. It helps me. It helps you. And there's enough opportunity for everyone to capitalize off of. So this channel here is getting a little tight. See if that break below that 685.71 can at least propel us back into 685.20 piece by piece. Okay, so most probably done to today. 2 trades, orb, even or slight modified. I'm on temper, beautiful job. About 5 calls, minus 0.55, about 9, 90%, 75. Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful job. So you're using the quads and you're using the fib extension for your targets. Beautiful modification. All right. So what I'm probably gonna do, guys, is we're gonna bring back the orb series. We'll probably do another set of back tests for this month for the month of March. We'll do some 5-minute orb incorporated in there as well. Right. We'll do some back tests. We'll do the weekly recap. So I'm looking to get something going every week. Sunday night, carve out some time. Within an hour and a half, we can cover a lot of things there. So we'll do some back testing. We'll do some strategy refinement. And we'll do a weekly recap. And we'll do, of course, the stocks I'm watching for the week. Okay, so beautiful, beautiful job. And if you haven't watched the Shockwave 15 series, go watch that. It's definitely worth taking a look at. All right. So giveaway time. Let's do the giveaway. Put your names in the chat. Let me open up the giveaway wheel. And to be honest, guys, I'll be done here. I'll continue to provide commentary. I'll be done here. Right. I didn't like the way I performed yesterday. So the main thing is, I say it over and over again, these small little things you do with your trades, or how you do your trades, or the psychological games you play with yourself, is very important. So after a red, just look for green and be done. Because the last thing you want after red is to go green and to go back to red. That's going to make you more frustrated the next day. So the job is done. Okay? So we'll continue to provide commentary, hang out, a ticker request, highlight some opportunities. If you look, I think yesterday on Friday, no, not Friday, Monday. Let's scroll all the way up to the poll. I was the only one who was red yesterday, I believe. Yeah, I was okay. Me and another person, right? But 85% of them were. So the other person who was red, again, if you're green, if you found some opportunity, be done, and we'll come back the next day. Okay, so put your names in the chat. Nice Bounce off that yearly. Continues to get tight. Looks like the yearly's holding. Nice little trend to the upside. We can see everything starting to expand. We're below that 20 on the VWAP, on the VIX. We're directional on the hourly. We're directional on the 15. Just zoom out just for a second here. All right, so here, this is textbook support. They trap some of those shorts there, pump it up, get above this zone here. These similar zones from yesterday. Retest that territory. This happens to be the orb. This happens to be the PMH. This happens to be a lot of things in this area. Okay, get that nice continued bounce. And then now we're working our way into Friday's. Yes, I keep saying Friday. Monday's range. So this daily candle now, guys, if we stay above 685.20 and it turns to a slow grind higher, right, there is a possibility, again, early, is a possibility where it can potentially go engulfing if it has enough room. That's going to be a tall task, but if it can stay above that 50% retrace, right, the bulls did their job. All they need to do for the rest of the day, guys, is do not close the day below 685.20. If they can do that, regardless of how far they can push it, that's just a bonus. But if they can keep it above here, 685.20, by the end of the day, this daily candle is going to be a nice hammer for tomorrow. And we just went tit for tat. Okay, so that's going to be a very, very important level for us to pay attention to. So if we fall back below that 50% retrace, we start to sell off. You can take it piece by piece to this level here. All right, if we can hold above that, again, piece by piece, the upside. Expected upside move, of course, is 687.26. Let me pull up the giveaway wheel here. So names in the chat, guys. Let me erase all the names. So if you're a wave rider, okay, just throw the waves on the 1. Okay. Waves on the 1. Okay, so we got Luffy. Okay, we have Sudha. We have Luffy. We have Huey. We have Mixon. We have Ant. We have, let me scroll up a little bit. Any other names from earlier? We have Brian. So uptrend here, guys, until proven otherwise. We have Brian. We have Anna. We have Jessica. We have Gloria. We have Donna. Then we have Poppy. We have Gabriel, 1R. Okay. We have Mario. Okay. We have after Poppy. We have after Gabriel. Okay. So I stopped at Sudha. Brandon. I got Brandon. We have Chaska. We have Beck. We have Sanjay. We have Mario. We have Bella F. We have Tyra. All right, so we'll do the giveaway at 11. All right, we'll give it until 11 o'clock. In the meantime, we're seeing some sort of slowdown here. Nice expansion move. Grab those lows. We start to push the upside. Starting to slow down slightly here. Starting to get a little sticky. Of course, it is a nice clean up trend. So if you're a trend trader, wait for those EMAs. We have Kareem. We have Naga. We have D. Okay, change the name. Newman. Okay, change the name for Kareem. Okay. Namoon. Okay, Namoon. All right, so we'll do the giveaway shortly. SPX, is that the name? Is that the name or ticker? Okay, we'll go at SPX. Absolutely, absolutely. As always, Artem. All right, and it's so awesome to see the progress you're making. Holiday Russia, beautiful. Closed about 10% puts, beautiful scalp. Right, don't fall. As long as you don't fall in love with those massive gains, guys. I know sometimes it puts pressure to get those massive gains, but just stick to your plan. All right, stick to your plan. Take those, especially if you're a new trader who's trying to find. Maybe I'll create some sort of guide for the community, right? How to approach it. Right, is just at least just TP. Don't worry about everything else. Don't worry about where it goes. Just get into the habit, build the muscle memory to take profits at double digits. Right, regardless of where it goes. If you see TP, take profit at double digits. And don't even use runners in the very beginning. Just you see 15%, 10%, close. Just do that multiple times until you have the muscle memory to take profit. Right? You'll be surprised, guys. Taking profit is as big as a problem as risk management. Some traders just refuse to take profit. Because, again, what is the underlying driver? Wanting more, wanting greed. Maybe looking to the left, maybe looking to the right. Maybe there's an element of vanity in there. You want to have the biggest gain, right? You want to be the biggest percentage, right? So you have to remove all those things. The way you remove all those things from you internally, you have to do a lot of internal work, but is to mechanically train your brain to take profits. And just by doing that, you'll give yourself a chance to get as close as, your goal is to get as close as possible to break even. Get as close as possible to break even. The closer you get to break even, and then when you're very close to break even, you know what you did right, you know what you did wrong, because you're journaling. Now put guardrails in place for the things you continuously do wrong. You can't eliminate it. All right, so you cannot eliminate losing. So don't have something where it says, hey, you know what, I'm going to avoid losing. Right? You cannot eliminate losing. So that's a fallacy. So it's when I lose, this is what I'm scheduled to lose. It should not go beyond this unless there's an outlier event. Outliers do occur. Maybe you get caught up in a random candle. Outside of that, I'm scheduled to lose X between this range. And then now you're going from break even. You train yourself to take profits already. Okay, you want to improve that losing side of things, and then you put that in place. And you just start putting it to work. And then when when you're relatively great, when you're relatively good, I'd say when you're relatively good at cutting those trades, and you're consistently taking those profits, then you can consider, let me play the runner game. Because the runner game alone, if you're not properly trained or you don't have the right psychology, can make you deviate into your old habits. Right? Because now maybe you saw a big trade with a runner. Now the next trade you take, you want to chase the results you got with a runner with a full position. You go back to where you were. So the step one is just get as close to break even as possible. Okay, through consistently taking profits. Once you can do that, put the proper protocols in place, non-negotiables. All right, and it's between you and you. Okay, that can help you get to the next level. Now, see if you can be green for just 1 week. Doing the same thing. This is just from the tactical and psychology side. Of course, you have to have setups that you trade, right? But just from the psychology and the tactical side, that's very important that you do that. We're rejecting after 200 EMA on the hourly. Right, just piece by piece. We'll do the giveaway at 11 o'clock. We have SPX was the last one. The channel is just like trading, right? You take the profits, you let it grow little by little, and eventually it will explode. All right, YouTube has no choice but to push the channel. Right? The odds have in trading, the odds have no choice but to work in your favor if you're doing the right things. The odds, it doesn't matter who you are, the odds will eventually work in your favor if you're doing the right thing. All right, so that 200 EMA rejection, see where that can lead us to. We're back below that yearly open. I'm minimizing what's on my chart during the trading day. Combined JV's EMAs with some of the key levels of George help me, especially since I work full time and need to keep at 100%. You need to be able to get those reads as soon as possible. Very clean chart. Bev, I got you, Bev. You got your hand up on Naro, if I'm pronouncing your name right, or is that just high five? I threw in a 684 put YOLO for tomorrow. There's more likely burn money. Yeah, if it's YOLO, if it's again when you start doing those YOLOs, that's after you have a little bit of cushion. So the YOLO can't be, and that's what I do like. What you're doing, Sancho, you're incorporating those YOLOs, leveraging some of those profits to see if you can catch some of that move, but making that risk very defined. The overnight moves, right? Then you can start adding different features to your system, and that's when you can start to get creative. All right, it goes from being a mechanical science into an art. I started to track my day performance recently, 2 weeks ago, and if you just follow the 15-minute order perfectly, I only had 2 losing days. Beautiful. Right. By the end of the month, that's going to really add up. End of the quarter, that really adds up. Do you have multiple boot camps scheduled? I have mentioned you have mentioned you have one for 28th, but I cannot make that one. Is there another date? The 28th. That's the one that we have scheduled. We can schedule another one, but I was looking to do an advanced boot camp. We will do this one. Maybe the goal is to have 2 boot camps a month, right? 2 boot camps a month, maybe every 2 weeks. 1 advanced boot camp, 1 beginner boot camp. So maybe we'll do another boot camp next go around. If you did purchase a ticket now, just let me know. I'll send you the link. The cool thing with the boot camp is when you are an alumni or you purchase the ticket, right? If I'm doing the same series, you automatically have a seat in that as well, right? So you have the recording. If I do that, getting started once again, you can sit in that as well as many times as you want, as long as it's the same series. So if it's a different series, of course, that's a different cohort of students. But if it's the same class, if it's the same boot camp, I'm running it back, and you made a purchase before, I have your email. You can just send me a message, say, hey, you know what? I want to sit on the next one. Right? Each of them are relatively the same, but there's a couple of tweaks I make for each boot camp, add a couple of things in there, and share different strategies at times. And of course, depending on the questions that come up, we can start directing the information we cover in different ways. So no 2 are exactly the same, but the primary material we're covering is relatively the same. It's relatively the same. Okay, names in the chat, guys. 11 o'clock, we'll do the giveaway. I did take 1 trade already. We'll be done for the day on that note. It is the end of the month. I think this is the first time this year I only took 1 trade. So Sunday nights, guys. Sunday nights at 7 p.m., we're going to start utilizing that time slot in the private community. All right, we're going to start utilizing that time slot for multiple things. The recap, I want to get in March. I want to get that the backtest series going for the 5-minute orb, 15-minute orb, as well. One of our captains does a tremendous job posting every week. I think is it week 35, week 36. Artem. And if you're interested in being a captain, if you've been in Discord for more than a month, right, and you are compelled to say, hey, I want to add value in this way, by all means, just shoot me a message. All right, I believe it's week 33. So we've been tracking this thing, or he's been tracking it for 34 plus weeks. So it's not just something that's, and this is not back testing, by the way. Right, this is forward testing and taking the trade. Brian, got you. I think I got mixing here. So Brian. Okay. So we'll just do the giveaway here. First giveaway, boot camp. We'll do the giveaway here. SPY starting to push the downside. Wave starting to flip. We're back below that yearly open. Let's take a look at SPY real quick. That rejection of that 200 EMA. Right? Can that lead us back below these lows or back below these highs? That's the question. So we reject off the 200 EMA. Can it lead us back into that 50 EMA territory from a 15-minute perspective, aka break back below 685.20? All right, we're testing that EMA right here on the 5. All right, so we need to get below 685.20 for us to really unlock this run right here. So we can see some buyers trying to put up a fight. If it slices and dices through 685.20, VIX starts to spike. We start to see the indexes start to slide. That can open up the window for the downside. If you took that first shift high grab, okay, that's your cue to play the trap. Back the downside. And you're TPing here and TPing there. If it turns out to be a bounce, we work our way back above that yearly open. VIX collapses back below 20. Then that's just the EMA, 9 EMA bounce. You can see here. All right, on the 5. So we're right here, okay? Well, right there, that particular, that current juncture. So it's up for grabs. Up for grabs, okay? So let's do the giveaway. So giveaway winner receives, okay, let me pull up the site. A boot camp. There's a boot camp ticket, all right? If you're interested in sign up for the boot camp, go to smartactiontrade.com, right? This is the boot camp Saturday, February 28th, 10 a.m. Eastern time. We cover over all these topics and more. We're back above yearly open. So what is day trading? Market fundamentals, platform tools, resources, market structure, trend, support, resistance, chart patterns, the most important chart patterns, candlesticks, indicators, 3A plus setups for high probability trades, understanding calls, puts, and Greeks, navigating option chain and selecting contracts, managing emotions, building discipline, developing trading routine, step-by-step trade execution, paper trading, back testing, right? Forward testing, roadmap to consistency, right? So there's a lot of material here that's for between the ear activity. I emphasize the importance of psychology, right? And there's a lot of, we spend at least an hour and a half on that. Right, we dive deep in that department. Most of the time, once most of the time is spent on the charts. Right, once we cover the fundamentals, market structure, trend, support, resistance, we're spending about 2.5 hours in the charts. Deep dive. All right, so what do you get? 4+ hours of course material live, not pre-recorded. You get the PDFs. Okay. You get the options simplified PDF as well, the ones that I do use for the presentation. You get free tools and resources, free journal. You have access to the free Discord, of course. You get my ebook, and you get the Shockwave 15 course. Okay, all for that one price. First 5 spots, 20% off. So this is what's being given away. So the last day to sign up for this, of course, is Friday. Right, so I didn't start promoting this last week. I want to promote it this week. All right. So again, if you're looking to go zero to market ready, this is for you. If you're iffy about the technicals, this is for you. If you're iffy about the psychology, you have the technicals down, this is for you. So this gives you a solid foundation to build your trading career on top of. Right. So again, this is live, completely live. This is the giveaway. So we're giving this away. So to claim your giveaway, you need to join the free tier Discord and send me a message. Code word for the day, okay, is we're back. We're back. Or I just say back. Code word for the day is BAC, back. K, BACK. All right. Code word for the day is back. Your name and the code word back. Okay. The winner is, and your last names. Let me check the chat. Okay. Winner is, okay, let's spin. This is for the boot camp on Saturday. So the getting started. Winner is Luffy. Luffy is the winner. Luffy is the winner. Luffy, send me a message in the free tier Discord. Congratulations. I'll add you to the list. Just send me your email as well. So the code word back. Did I not add someone in the Discord? My bad there. So we'll do another one as well here shortly. If I missed your name. Bev as well. My fault, strikers. Okay. So you can see, all right, to go short, you need that close below 685.20. If you're a trend trader, this is your entry that continue push to the upside. Yearly open, get above that, and of course, target those highs up there. All right, 5 minute, let's zoom back, right? We got that nice little break. So just be, when you're looking to go short, when the EMAs, think of it like this. Strong trend, okay? Strong trend. So every reversal, okay, it's going to end up, you're going to go against the EMAs. You're going against the trend. That's the nature of a reversal. So if you're reversal trading, say there's two major EMAs. Ideally, okay, and say this is price. Okay, ideally, in my case, I'm looking to go short into the EMA, targeting the EMA. But if I was forced, if the setup was so appealing and say I had to go short at the EMA, I'm going to use the most amount of confirmation as possible before pulling the trigger. Because I know that means I'm looking to go short at the very point where buyers are looking to step in off that dip buy for that continuation. So very important for us to understand that. So a lot of people try to short it off the EMAs, right, on an uptrend, okay, when everything's pushing to the upside. If you're doing that, you need that extra layer of confirmation. Because the ideal short is to short into the EMAs, target the EMAs, okay, win on that, and then if it does break down, you have some more for your runners. If it doesn't break down, you're to extract the profits. So case in point here. Right, so if I'm taking that first shift grab up here, right, if I'm taking this first shift grab up here, all right, grab those highs, right, I'm looking to target double digits. I'm taking the majority off already, but I'm looking to target that territory. And that territory, right, say if you're down to runners, you're understanding, hey, we need that continued push lower or else those runners have to be closed out. Because we have to respect the fact that there's an uptrend. We have to respect that there's an EMA here. We have to respect that there's a significant high here. We're in a zone. So it's very important that you know where you're going short. Right? Are there cases where you can short EMAs here? Yes, there are. If you look back, The shorts that we took earlier today, what was here? Was into the EMAs. Case in point. The position I took earlier was here for the puts. So by the time we started to come into this territory, up 30% plus, that's when I decided to close out. Because I'm shorting into the EMA, respecting that territory. Not looking to establish a short here. In this case, of course, it continued to go. Those, if I decided to hold those runners, they continue to push more, right? But I want to see that follow through right away, right? So same kind of thinking. So just be aware of where you're shorting and where you're going long, right? So depending on where you're going long and where you're going short, right? Different setups require different layers of confirmation. If you're going against the trend, you need more confirmation. So it's not to say that you don't need confirmation at all if you're going with the trend, but more than likely you need more things to line up if you're going against the trend. And you need to know where to go against the trend. So if we just shift these highs up, just to give you an example, if you're shorting an uptrend, you're ideally going to exist at that formation of that higher high and that break back lower in pursuit of a formation of a lower low. Breakdown traders, where they exist, is here, right? So breakdown traders are the ones that are looking to see if this lower low, right, this higher low doesn't hold up, and it starts to break down. But what is the invalidation marker? Just turns out to be support. So you need to do your technical due diligence in that area to make sure there's a clear break, to make sure there's price action confirmation that's supporting it. Ideally, to make sure the environmental conditions, SPY, Q, everything else, SPY, QQQ, IWM, all the environmental conditions are ideal to make sure the VIX is doing a certain thing. And then it'll give you more confidence. If you're just taking it out of the blue, more than likely initially you can get that nice little pop. Okay? So very important to understand that, because that's where the buyers are looking to reload. They're looking to reload here. So that's the key zone. They reload, they push it back up, back at those highs. How many trades do you usually take per typical day? 3 to 5. Usually 3 to 5 is my sweet spot. Okay, so Luffy, congratulations, Luffy. Congratulations, Luffy. Okay, send me a message in the free tier Discord here. Everyone is welcome to join the free tier. I don't promote it too much, but everyone's welcome to join that. So code word back. Code word back. All right? $100 likes, we'll do the next giveaway. 100 likes, we will do the next giveaway. Help us get to 3,100 subs, guys. 3,100 subs is the goal. So that key zone held nicely, continues to push. So now can we hold above that hourly? Can we hold above that hourly 200 EMA? Starting to push here. And you want to take that last 9 EMA bounce. If you take a look at the 5, all right? So 9 EMA along with some confluence, along with nice candlestick combination, reclaiming that yearly open. All right, so that's a nice area to exist. If you caught that, beautiful job. Okay, 100 likes is the next giveaway, guys. 100 likes before 12 o'clock is very doable. We already had 300 plus people stop by. We got 64, 70 people on the check-in. Okay, nice. Lisa, you caught that? So I'm a little slow to the Google Meets chat, but congrats, Lisa, on catching that. I'm more active on the Discord chat. I'm really set on puts today. Maybe just the short bias today. And it happens sometimes where you just fall in love with one particular side. Just fixated on one particular side. Okay, we're above those highs. First shift highs. Let me clean this up a little bit. And now we're headed towards 50% retrace of the month. 50% retrace of the month. 50% retrace of the month. So Luffy, congrats. Send me that DM. What's your win rate? Win rate fluctuates between anywhere from 60 to 70, maybe 80% sometimes, but anywhere between 65 to 75% in that area. Can get as low as 60, can get as high as 80. It fluctuates up and down. Kasim Herbert. And my law 15 to 10 to 15% is my risk for scalps. Do you anticipate we'll hit 688? 688. So for us to get to 688, we'll be above that weekly open. It's possible if this uptrend continues. I mean, that's a natural area for us to gravitate towards. That's another $1.60 move. So if the integrity of the uptrend is kept, right, if it continues to ride those EMAs, right, it's on its way. If the EMAs get halted, then things can change. So nice trap above those highs. See if that trap is enough to send us back to 685.71. No, I keep the risk very tight. Matter of fact, maybe too tight. But I'm okay with that. Okay, let's get 100 likes, guys. 70 is the goal. We are at 68. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe. If you're interested in joining our community, make sure to join as well. All the links are in the description. We do have a few spots left in the February trial. If you did join recently, make yourself at home. If you have any questions, you can send me a DM right away. Of course, you want to start at the welcome, risk disclosure, read and agree to all that. Rules, very simple, straightforward rules. Treat others the way to be treated. The day trading course gets started here as well. There's a great starting point for new members, existing members as well. All right, so the 6-hour course comes with your plan and how to navigate the Discord. That video is there, so it's pretty straightforward. I know most people know how to use Discord, but there are some people that are not familiar with it. All right. Most of the action takes place here. So event calendar sent out every week, breaking news feed, 24/7 stock market news feed to keep us up to speed. Okay. Daily game plan sent out this morning. So daily game plan sent out this morning. Right. The areas of interest, the buy zones, sell zones, and of course the key levels as well. I meant to write 691, not 391. That's an error there. But overall, daily key levels, bullish, bearish zones. In the pre-market prep, we go over it, and of course our distinct traders. Okay, sharing ideas. Nothing stood out to me today. Yesterday's ideas, of course, we did have Tesla from Sunday. right? So I do send out those ideas from time to time. But today I really want to focus on laser and on SPY. When you're looking for other ideas, right, it kind of takes you away from the primary bread and butter, but it has to be worth it. It has to be worth it. I like that. Big stops drive my blood pressure. Yeah, absolutely. So you don't need if you're gonna have bigger stops, naturally you can't have small TPs. All right, the formula is tight stop, double-digit TPs, right? Low double-digit TPs. Win rate above 55, 60%. We'll say 60%. You'll be well on your way. If you're a wide stop, you can't have small TPs. If my stop is 60, 50%, I can't be taking profits at 5%. Right? It's not going to add up. So you have to identify what works best for you. So you can't say, hey, you know what? I'm going to take a 50% stop loss to capture a 10% move. The way I operate is I give it a 15% buffer, right? To capture 10, 15, maybe 20, maybe 30% up to the upside. But if double digits, I'm taking a majority off because you're doing it so many times. So you just have to see what works best for you. And keep in mind, the smaller your loss, the quicker your recovery. The quicker you can recover. So we discussed that yesterday in detail. So we're just we take out those highs, we bounced off the 9, we bounced off that key zone between 685.71, 685.20, and now we're just bouncing around. We do tend to see the nice move of the day take place during that first hour. So a lot of our traders were primed, ready to go, took advantage of that. And we will do the poll and the stream poll at 11:30. The goal is with SPY Strikers, guys, is to trade one ticker for 1 hour for one consistent result. That's the primary objective, right? To do your trading within an hour. I know we extend the stream from time to time. We go a little longer, but by no means do I want you to continue to trade and click buttons, right? You have to have the discipline to say, I'm done here. All right, so we'll do the end of the stream poll in a few minutes. Poll question for today is, what broker do you use? Most of you are leaning towards Robinhood and split between Webull, Thinkorswim. 32% Webull, 32% Thinkorswim. Right behind that is Robinhood. 8% IBKR. So during the first close to 2 hours of the day, folks on YouTube, how are we doing so far? How are we doing so far? Break even. Have a nice day. 100% Carlos. Have a good rest of your day. 0 trades. That's good. And let us know where you're joining from as well. Let us know where you're joining from. Still recovering from my first hit. So you're making some strides towards it. Even if you don't make up the whole thing, if it's a small loss that you should be able to recover. Link to the Discord is pinned in the chat. Right? If you're looking to join, here's the link. There's a link to the Discord in the chat. All right, if you've been in the Discord for over a week, guys, on Whoop, we're migrating to WAP or Whoop, the platform, the back-end platform. Make sure to leave a review. All right, leave a review. If you can leave a couple of words with your review, that's fine as well. That would be great. But make sure to at least leave some stars. All right. I'm not going to tell you what stars to leave. Just whatever value you've been getting from the community, you leave it. All right. We're shooting for 5 stars at all times. So again, make sure to leave a review. I migrated from Gumroad, so I'm no longer using Gumroad. Terrible experience with Gumroad. But the folks who are still on Gumroad, you're still fine. All right. It's still processing everything in the back end, but moving forward, I'm not using that platform. So you have no issues to worry about. Back in the jaws of the waves on the 5. Houston, good. I'm picking out a Lambo. What's the link to the Discord? Where's everyone joining us from? Where is everyone joining us from today? All right, just chopping back and forth here. Let second shift wrap up. Are you in New York? No. I'm in the Carolinas. We got Florida in the building. Wyoming. I think you're the first person from Wyoming to join Cloudfish. South Carolina, tax-free Florida, New Jersey. I think the hack is those low under the radar states. All right. Wyoming, Utah, Idaho. We got Canada, Tom C, Baltimore, Wisconsin. And the cool thing with trading, guys, is you're gonna get that mobility. All right, you're basically a remote worker. You're a remote worker. New Mexico. Germany, wow. What time is it in Germany? So I think we have Gary that joins us from I think it's Vietnam or Thailand. And then can I call you Bevy? Is Bevy good? Delilah Bevy. Yeah, Vietnam. Gary's from Vietnam. We got Germany as well. 5 p.m. in Germany. Bev. Okay, Bev. Bev is good. We'll go with Bev. Guten Tag. Virginia. We got Virginia. Do we have anyone from South or Central America joining us? South or Central America? Or Africa? That'd be cool. Mississippi. Okay, 11:30. We'll do a halftime check. We'll do the end of stream poll as well. Let's do the poll real quick. Strikers, if you're green, stay clean. So tomorrow, of course, is Wednesday. Tonight is the State of the Union. During the State of the Union, futures market will be open. Of course, we can see some activity there. Bitcoin moves around a lot during State of the Union. So be careful trading futures. If you have not traded during State of the Union before, be very careful during that time. If you have, of course, you can take advantage of the volatility and you're primed and prepped for it. All right, so let us know how you did. Green, yellow, red. Very straightforward for me. We'll leave this up for 4 hours. Okay, starting to push lower. If we can hold below 685.71, we can start rock and rolling. You need that hold below that EMA. You want to start to flip. This is all based on this grab of this high. We grab those highs, trap those bulls. Now it's starting to push. If you can hold below 685.20, right? Last time we bounced in this territory. If you're already in positions, for instance, if you're already in puts, you want to see if you can hold below there. If you're targeting that, of course, that's a TP. But you want to see if there's a hold below here for that continued push and a failed double bottom. Okay, SPY is working towards that 20. Not SPY, the Q, not the VIX. Sorry, the VIX is working towards that 20. So again, I'm done for the day. I had to get on the green side, and then we'll resume tomorrow. If you're done for the day, put done for the day in the chat. And it's not easy to be done for the day. You know, I love clicking buttons, but it's the right thing to do from my end. Right? Rule is you put done for the day in the chat. You have to be done for the day. Okay. Let's take a look at some names that are moving. We'll do another giveaway at 100 likes. If we can get 100 likes before 12 o'clock, we'll do that. We will do that here shortly. We're at 73. It's very doable, guys. Very doable for us to get there. We're at 75. Done for the day. Beautiful job. Inner joy vibes. Okay, I'm going to get a quick refill of the coffee. Let's take a listen to CNBC. I might go with Schwab, actually. You know, CNBC has a lot of commercials. Not as entertaining. More insightful. CNBC to me is more entertaining, right? But something more insightful, if you're looking for an insightful source, is Schwab.
Yeah, great question. We're looking to build upon this, and this is why a partner like EHC Investments is
I'll be right back,
key to
guys.
this. They're going to go out and start looking for commercial.
Be right back. On the other side, we'll do the giveaway. Hit the like button. We'll be back.
And what that looks like in terms of revenues in the future is we're building upon this pipeline of commercial deals that once we develop and mass produce our micro modular reactor or Kronos MMR, we're able to have a customer base at the end pipeline. So the Middle East is a huge opportunity. The UAE is a huge place for us to launch that. We've also earlier in the year announced MOU in South Korea with DS Dansuk as well. So we're looking at a global presence here in nanonuclear.
And with that global presence, there's a lot of competition, obviously, to power AI infrastructure. What makes a reactor the right solution versus traditional gas or renewables plus storage?
I think the key here is there's many of these data centers that are looking to keep things off grid in certain situations. Like for example, in the Middle East, the desert, right? There's not natural gas pipelines accessible for that, so they want a independent off grid solution. And our Kronos MMR, we can stack it and literally go towards a gigawatt of power. So that is the solution they're looking for. And obviously, there's tons of oil out there in that region, but they're looking at the next generation of technology, like what nanonuclear is producing.
And you've talked about becoming the leader micro reactor developer in North America. Take us through what the biggest technical or regulatory hurdles might be to get you there.
It's just traditional, regulatory pathways. I don't think it is, I would say, an obstacle for us. We just have to continue to progress. Like in the coming months, we're planning to submit a construction permit application, which is a huge milestone, I would say, for nanonuclear. That kind of separates us from the pack where, they call it paper reactors are now coming to real life, right? So submitting that construction application will signal to the market that, look, we're here to actually pour concrete, build steel, and that is our future in the coming year.
And I want to talk about space before we have to say goodbye, because I'm just fascinated. You're exploring nuclear power through space for your Loki microreactor. You've reached out to NASA here and NASA programs. How real is this potential commercial opportunity in space versus being a more long-dated R&D effort?
Yeah, great question there. NASA and the current administration, they have a mandate to even put a reactor on the moon. So our Loki MMR space reactor is perfectly fit for that. So it is an R&D phase like many of these other reactors as well, but this is a new frontier. Like, for example, putting data centers in space is a new frontier. So we're looking to be a part of that whole I would say ecosystem out there, and us, announcing an RFI to gather partners to actually make this happen. We've got a tremendous amount of interest from other I would say partners in this and building our Loki MMR for space.
And Jay, you're targeting a demonstration at Idaho National Lab in 2027. What has to go right between now and then for you to stay on schedule?
Actually, the Loki MMR, we decided to pivot that. That was, I would say, an older version of that. Our new version, we're looking to actually build it with another commercial partner, not Idaho. So we'll be announcing that in the near future. But yeah, we're looking to continue the space race. That's very important to us. And there's so much noise around space. With SpaceX and everything happening. So we want to be a part of that dialogue, and we're going to stay the course and stay tuned for that news, I would say.
We certainly will. Jay, appreciate you being with us to highlight some of what you're doing over at Nanonuclear and some exciting new deals that you're working on. Jay, you, the Executive Chairman and President over at Nanonuclear Energy. Thanks again. Coming up next, we've got the Disruptors. We'll be taking a look at AMD and its move to the upside after a major partnership with Meta. That's next.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com
and on all your favorite streaming services.
Okay, we're back. Got my refill. So again, we came into that territory. Nice bounce out 685.20. Grab those lows. Key level. EMA. Now we're starting to bounce off that area. Take this off here. Okay. Anyone take that bounce by any chance? Anyone looking for a setup? There's a nice bounce there. 688.43, 688.43. I can see that right there, just shy of that 689. 688.43, that leads us all the way, actually past that weekly open. So if we can get there, that'd be very bullish. Because that weekly opens all the way at that 688, 687.80. So in the case, just like earlier we discussed, right? So in the case, if you're going short, it's in your best interest to go from that higher low to a low. If you're looking to go short off of support, if you're looking to go short, if you just look to the left and there's some support there, you're going to have to get that confirmed close, right? Can you just sometimes just shoot your shot and you get that nice slice and dice right under that level? Sure. But 8, 9 times out of 10 is better, best practice, right? Best practice is to wait and see if you can get that nice break below it. Because now you avoid a stop out. You avoid that stop out there. Anyone see somewhat of a head and shoulder forming here, guys? Head and shoulder. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, descending head and shoulder slightly. These are, I would say these are equal, somewhat of equal lows here. Neckline down here. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder potentially forming here. I do see one here, left shoulder, right shoulder, head, but a bigger one within that smaller one. See if that's just a right shoulder dead cat bounce of that territory. Okay, let's just zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. So during first shift, okay, we got a nice stretch here. 15 minutes of buying, 15 minutes of selling. This is the kind of action we want to see. 5 minutes of push higher, 5 minutes of a sell-off, 15 minutes of buying. So during these kind of sequences, right, it's simpler to hold a position, of course, to hold at the TP, so on and so forth. But when you start getting 10 minutes, 5 minutes inside, 10 minutes, 15 minutes inside, 5 minutes to the downside, upside, downside, inside, upside to the downside, you get some of that back and forth. It really starts to turn into that scalping environment. So again, do we go head and shoulder, left shoulder, head, right shoulder possibly here? Okay, so again, the same area is going to come into question. So in the event we get that close below it, we continue to sell off, clear close below it. Maybe go engulfing on the 5, we can start to collapse the downside in the next 30 seconds. So until proven otherwise, this is support. When we get that close, everything else starts to sell off. Well, that's the sign that we can start to push the downside, right? That's the line of thinking you want to operate under. That line of thinking. Working towards break even. Tremendous job, Firefly. Small imbalance, double bottom on SPY and QQQ. Beautiful sellers absorbing the bulls. We will see if we can hold. Yes, played in early. Now in drawdown, 685.40. Oh, this one right here, this bounce right here. Or the calls or the puts in this area, Milton. If you are trading, guys, if you are trading after being green, all right, size down or shut it down. That's the best approach. That is the best approach. NYC buried under 24 inches of snow. Wow. How we doing NYC? How's it looking, Elion? I know you're in NYC. 24 inches of snow. Is this fact or fiction? Is it really 24 inches? That's a lot of snow. Puts at 686, 686. So puts, okay. Break back below that EMA. If you can get that hole below 685.71, right? Sellers really dominate that yearly open. That would be great. I've seen they put a public announcement for anyone to come shovel for $30 an hour. Wow. Is that cash? That's good. All right, for some. So that put that into perspective. Okay, so now look at the power of the market, guys. To make $30 an hour, that's public announcement, you have to shovel a bunch of snow. All right. So a service is needed, of course. Okay, they give you the fee. Now, just think of it. If you can make $30 under an hour with SPY, that's equivalent to an hour of shoveling snow. All right. It's always good to bring everything back to perspective. Yeah, just be careful shoveling. Don't strain your backs. That's the power of trading. If you're disciplined, if you're really treating it with a high level of seriousness and you respect the craft and the endeavor, and it's not just some game, you actually respect the craft and the opportunity, you know $30 is not per contract as usual. I shovel my kids' toys daily for free, right? Yeah, the weekend boot camp will be recorded, so don't worry. For those of you who did purchase, it will be recorded. You won't miss it. You'll get all the material. And when I do a getting started series once again, you have access to that as well. You can sit in that boot camp as well. So the ones that are invited to this getting started series are all alumni who took it in the past. This is our 4th boot camp. Okay, so alumni are invited. The ones who upgraded to the yearly plan, they're invited as well. So you'll have access to all the material. All right, so make or break. Make or break here. What I don't like is the fact that we're hugging that 20. All right, looks like the VIX wants to stop there and hug that 20 there. Giving us a little bit of issues. 100 likes, guys. 100 likes, guys, on YouTube. Let's get 100 likes. Getting close to 12 o'clock, midday. By this point, you should have a good idea of how your day's been going. Maybe you took a couple of trades. Maybe you haven't taken any trades. Right, so you've been digesting or processing 2.5 hours of data now. 2.5 hours of data. Okay, so to give you some perspective, okay, that's about 150 minutes, probably 150 candles, right? Right, so 151-minute candles. You've been processing a lot of data. So it's always good to sit back, see where you are. We're in a new shift. We grab these lows. We manipulate off those lows, continue to push higher. Most significant levels are going to be that high up here. So off of this break, do we have enough room to get into those highs? Once we do get into those highs, do we decide to use that as the new support, or do we start to trap between that 680, 685, 687.15? Start working our way back to downside. So you want to start processing all this stuff as you're looking for your next opportunity. Absolutely a positivity. Okay, so those EMAs are holding up. So dip buyers continue to step up. So that double bottom really held up. Grab of second shift's lows held up as well. You can see we grabbed those lows. And this key zone continues to hold. To be honest, there's nothing that I really love in this area. Even if I was looking to trade, you can't deny that head and shoulder, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, looking like it's brewing. All right, if you just zoom out a little bit, that's going to take some time to unfold. That's going to take some time to unfold. Any ticker requests, guys? 12 o'clock, we'll do some ticker requests. Any names you want me to go review? Of course, AMD was in news. They have a partnership with NVIDIA, so let's take a look at AMD real quick. Let's look at it on the EMA chart. So AMD, so buy the rumor, sell the news type of event. Let's see. All right, so AMD, move this. AMD meta partnership, gaps up, and generally holds this gap. Holds this gap, doesn't completely collapse, fall off a cliff. Whenever there's a news event, just be mindful that IV is elevated. AMD is trading back in basically mid-February range. Mid-February range. Okay, SPY, you can see, look at the 15, tit for tat. That's the 15 on SPY. MU. WMT. Let's see, WMT course corrected. Okay, WMT. That was the name of the watch, right? It got above that level. Once it got above it, it wicked. We said pay attention to the reclaim. Nice reclaim there. That was on watch. Apple as well. Apple was on watch as well from this morning. Right, you can see that alert was there. The alert was actually at right over there. So Apple breaks out nicely. Citi was another name. Okay, Citi. All right, so you can get that follow through below those lows. If the XLF can continue to sell off, always another name we're paying attention to. I had a handful of names. QCOM was there. Baidu was inside. Right, my primary focus today was SPY. Right, although I had a couple names that I liked, SPY was the primary focus. As far as our starters are concerned, MU's up 2.5%. Of course, MU. That finally that nice little break. MU bigger picture is still tightening, so we want that sustained push off that break. So if you zoom out on MU, let's jump over to the 4-hour. You can see it on the daily chart, but you can also see it on the 4-hour. Okay, MU. We have some tightening formation on MU. Okay, I'll pull up the daily chart for you with my levels. Robinhood, somewhat of a double bottom there. Robinhood does look interesting in this territory if it can hold. Palantir, again, nice retrace reject there on Palantir. Nvidia, flat. Nvidia is coming to this major resistance. Okay, Nvidia, interesting enough, but Nvidia reports earnings, guys. Nvidia reports earnings tomorrow. Okay, so Nvidia is coming into this resistance before earnings. All right, so is this the time that it breaks before earnings? So rejection, 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 rejection. Does it finally break? To give you some context, Nvidia rarely misses. All right, context is key. Let's jump over to the 12-hour for a second. All right, so Nvidia, just think of Nvidia, I said it yesterday, is a 4.0 student, exceptional student. So we get used to Nvidia's stellar performance. So that becomes the norm. So for Nvidia to get anything extra, it needs to go above and beyond. The last time Nvidia missed earnings, okay, was 2022. Before that, that's as far back as TradingView goes. Okay, you got to pay for more data. Okay, so this goes all the way back before COVID. So since 2018, so in 8 years, give or take, Nvidia has missed earnings once. But we know Nvidia is such a stellar performer. For us to really get that acceleration to the upside, Nvidia has to not only beat, but blow the numbers out the water and have an exceptional call. The conference call, that is. Optimistic guidance. If that's the case, that can lead Nvidia to soar. If it's just a beat and just a subpar call, everything is just nothing spectacular, we can see Nvidia stay where it is. Maybe just jump a little bit or maybe pull back slightly. So the odds of Nvidia missing earnings, so in the case where Nvidia does something it hasn't done almost in a decade, then you can anticipate Nvidia to fall off a cliff. Like if it for somehow it misses, right? That would be something to see how the market reacts to it. Because now Nvidia is tied to so many things, right? Nvidia is carrying the AI story on its back. All right, so stage is set for Jensen and Nvidia. So keep a close eye on Nvidia this week, of course. And do me a favor and take a look at the Nvidia contracts. Okay, I want you to pay attention to the IV for a second. Nvidia contract IV is 82%. All right, so don't think just because it's going to move, unless you have experience trading earnings or have a proven strategy to trade earnings, right? Don't think just buying the contracts is going to get the job done. There's something called IV crush. So these contracts by Wednesday, all right, they're 80% now. Keep that number in mind. By Wednesday, late day Wednesday, they can get north of 150%. So that means you're paying close to 3 times, 2.5 times the amount for the same contract on a usual day. Because they're bracing for a move on Nvidia. The market's trying to price that in. Okay. Trying to price it in. All right, so a nice little break. See if that break leads us into those highs up there. What time frame am I using? I'm using SPY on the 1 minute multi-time frame activity. 1 minute here, 5 minute. So 1 minute is for my entry. 15 minute is kind of the guiding light. I understand what the hourly is, of course. I understand what the daily is, but for the entries, I like the 1 minute. I like the 1 minute. So you're staring at the 1 minute, SPY in the 5, 15, hourly, and then VIX here. Okay, next area of opportunity is going to be tied to the area up here. So there's a trap area. Until proven otherwise, there's a trap area. If we can get past if we can get past 687.65, we could get to 690, 687.65. Okay, yeah, get back to 687. So slightly below that weekly open is possible. The expected move for the day, all right, just to give you some context, is 680.01 and 687.26. So what the market is pricing in, based on an 18 IV, the IV did spike a little bit earlier, right? Is that move there? Morning, brother. What's the time frame you were using? Okay, we answer that. Absolutely. 100 likes, guys, will do the giveaway. 100 likes will do the giveaway. If you are just joining us, did take a trade already for a nice double-digit gain. Puts here. All right, if you go back, you can see the real walkthrough, the rationale. I accidentally took calls there a couple of times. For some reason, my option chain was still on calls. I have two options chain. My put option chain was on calls. I did get a little bit of profit on those calls, but it's unintentional. And then had to fix into those puts. I had to reposition and get those puts. We rode it to these lows down here. Double digits, and the last bit for 28, 30% in this area here. And for the ones who continue to hold, if they held a little longer than I did, maybe you can extract 60, 70, 80%. If you decide to hold for the rest of the day, you give back 60, 70, 80%. So at some point in time, you have to take profit. All right, so it's either you take profit or the market will take profit. You take the profit or the market will take your profit. You choose. Okay? This is a trading view. All right, so it's either you take profit or the market will take your profit. I like that one. Okay, 686 topped out. Gonna call it a day, down 300. That's very recoverable. So that's a massive recovery, Firefly. So -9 to -3. Tremendous job. It could have went, and that first trade, right? That's very easy to get trapped in that because this move didn't help. Right, so it's one of those anomaly scenarios where you just get caught. But great job on recovering a majority back. So tremendous job. And it is the end of the month, guys. So again, end of the month, start ramping down. You don't want to do anything too crazy to give back your profits. February by no means was an easy month. All right, February, you really had to fight for February. If you look at the overall landscape, February wasn't easy. So if you're able to navigate February, even be at break even, small red on February, you did a tremendous job. February was literally thrown at you to make you collapse. Okay. Broke 100 EMA on the hourly. Yep, I can see that. That's 100% true. 100 likes, guys. We'll do a giveaway here. 100 likes. We're at, if you're a first-time viewer, put a 1 in the chat. Let's get a feel for the audience on YouTube. If you're a first-time viewer, 1 in the chat. First-time viewer, put a 1. Okay, so you can start to see some selling pressure in this area. Some exhaustion. Okay, first time viewers put a 1. Okay, structure, first time, welcome aboard. If you've been tuning in for more than 10 episodes, or more than 5 episodes, 5 shows, right? Put a 2. 5 shows, put a 2. More than 5 shows, put a 2. So welcome aboard, Andre, Structure, Beverly. Make sure you guys are subscribed. If you have any questions, drop your questions in the chat. Goal is 100 likes, guys. We'll do a giveaway at 100 likes. And you guys continuously increase the standard, right? For a long time it was 50 likes, and now we're 100. So I do appreciate the support, guys. Hopefully you're finding value from the channel, okay? 2, so Cloudfish, Tom C. Seek Wisdom. If you've been tuning in since basically before 2026, put a 3. And if you're an OG subscriber meaning April 2025, we started April, May territory, March, April, May territory. That's when we fired up the stream. All right. All right, put a 5 in the chat. So if you've been tuning in this whole time, most of the OG subscribers are already in the community. And I do appreciate the support early. So we started this thing. It's 5, 6, 7, 8 people on live. All right. Content has not changed. Same thing. Right. SPY doesn't change. We just follow SPY. We take advantage of the opportunities. And it's awesome to see the organic growth over time. Let's take 608 QQQ puts. Let's take a look at 608 puts. Okay, off those highs. Okay, maybe a rejection. You're anticipating the double top. So if SPY can go double top here as well, that'd be great. That would help you. VIX is leaning towards lows of the day. SPY is leaning towards the highs of the day. Leaning towards the highs of the day, lows of the day. Anyone else taking other trades? Anyone take Walmart? Walmart the past 2 days has been on fire, or Apple as well this morning. Just chop, chop, chop. Let's see if we have anything significant. Yeah, State of the Union is a big thing, guys. State of the Union, 8 p.m. Anyone trading futures or any futures trader that love the volatility from State of the Union? Oh, that's the old State of the Union address. Okay, we're seeing some replays from the old one. What else? All right, the State of the Union and NVIDIA earnings. Things start getting interesting, start heating up on the economic calendar starting Thursday. Okay, starting Thursday. All right, of course, NVIDIA, the main event, the headliner. Okay, the biggest of the biggest. Center stage, the MVP, whatever you want to call it, the alpha. All right, out of all the names, NVIDIA's reporting earnings tomorrow. And then now, of course, things start to get interesting after the red folders start picking up. State of the Union, of course, and then, of course, after NVIDIA earnings. So Thursday, unemployment claims. Friday, PPI. And that basically wraps up the month of February. Okay, it was a jam-packed month. Okay, jam-packed month. Okay, let's see if we get that continued push. If we can get past 687.15, that means we're going to start to establish that dominance above that level. So if I were looking to take this short, I'll look for some sort of shooter. Maybe a double bottom on the VIX. See if we get some sort of slowdown. So based off of this, we break out, continue, we take out those highs, continue to accelerate, and man, this thing is going. Can we clear 687.26 decisively and continue to push? That's up for grabs. So no signs of slowdown here, guys. No signs of slowdown. No signs of slowdown. Let that candle close. Only thing really can lead to that trap, right, is the break back below it. So we hit the expected move. We have more juice to run. Ideally, double bottom on the VIX will help for that momentary slide. If we continue to accelerate, if we go candle over candle, we're at weekly open. So let's just rewind the clock just for a quick second here. That means we're back at yesterday's open. We're back at yesterday's open. Back at yesterday's open. All right, no signs of slowdown. So it took us how long to recover? So it took us basically half a day to recover the loss from yesterday. So if you took it from here, you take the break. And looks like we're about to flip that weekly candle, guys. Weekly candle starting to flip. Okay, so in this case, see if we get some sort of break back below this territory. No signs of selling. Weekly open, just like that. Just like that, guys. So in this case, if I were looking to take this trade, if I was just looking to take it based off the fact that we're in that territory, right, I'll get stopped out. If I have no confirmation, I'll get stopped out. If I'm looking for a shooter, if I'm looking for price action confirmation, one additional layer of confluence, right, then there's nothing for me to take. If I'm looking for that break above it, reclaim to the downside, there's nothing for me to take. So the only time if I took this and just said, hey, you know what, I'm just going to trust this level for that grab and use this territory, no confirmation, stop out. You have some sort of filtration mechanism, some confirmation needed before making the entry. Entry model, no trade. And look at that. This is all from that bottom here. Okay, that's all from this bottom here. Okay. Let me take this off. I'll keep this on. Those are our second shift highs. And then now the only thing above us is that 687.80. 687.80. Now let's go to our game plan chart. You can see we got above that 200. We continue to push, and now we're starting to stall in this infamous rejection zone. All right, last time we were here, we had that massive rejection. Right, so it doesn't mean that you can't go long in that area. It just means when you're going long, you have to get some sort of pullback, maybe a higher low into a higher high, rather than taking a high into a higher high. So do we make a move beyond the expected move? Yesterday, we made a move beyond the expected move a couple of times on both ends, if you recall. All right, we got above the expected move to the upside, right off the open, and then collapsed. We got below the expected move to the downside near the end of the day, midday, and reverted back to the inside. So now we're moving outside of the expected move today, as of now. So remember the objective for the bulls today, what it was, right? Is as long as you close above 685.20, 50% retrace at the daily, right? They did their job. Everything else above that is just a bonus. And then now if they can recapture weekly open, that means everything the bulls did yesterday essentially got wiped out or neutralized. So again, we use the 5-game series analogy. Right, so yesterday, Bears take game 1. Bulls built a little bit of momentum near the close. Today, right out the gate, Bulls take charge, and they've been dictating the pace. So now, it's as far as wins and losses, the game is 1-1. But total points scored, right, between the two games, right, it's basically a tie. If we measure the total points scored, it's a tie. But yesterday the Bears won. Today the Bulls are enjoying this decisive lead. But again, the day's still young. There's still some time left on the clock. There's a lot of time left on the clock. So the primary objective for the Bulls is to keep price above here by the end of the day. If they do that, they get a hammer out of the day. They get some sort of doji out of the day. If they can get anything, if they can even get this above 687.80, continue to accelerate above that weekly open, that's even more appealing. All right, so nice comeback there by the Bulls. What do you use to log this? So beautiful break. So this is one to pay attention to. It looks like a reversal on the 2 hour and the QQQ. Let's take a look at the Qs on the 2 hour. I think I have the zones on the QQQ on this chart. Should have the zones. Okay, so QQQ. Expand the zones a little bit. Yeah, QQQ is coming into this 50% retrace of the quarter, right? We do have some resistance up ahead. All right, so see how it interacts with some of the highs up here. If it starts to slow down. The one interesting thing about the QQQ is if it does break, there's resistance up ahead. That is a break of the prior days, not yesterday's, but the previous day to that's engulfing candles high. All right, so QQQ for now coming into resistance. All right, so just monitor QQQ in this area. Bigger picture thinking. 608.87, 610.26. I did make a nice push above the hourly 200. You said the 2 hour. Jump over to the 2 hour. Nice trend on the 2 hour. So if you're bullish on Qs using the 2 hour, the last thing you're going to see is a shooter candle. So a candle similar to this. Inverted hammer. Last thing you're going to see is this. And then it closes in the next hour and 40 minutes. That 2 hour candle just started. And then a break below those lows. That's what you don't want to see. So as long as that 2 hour candle continues to make strides to the upside and doesn't get it closed back below that prior 2 hour candle's high, right? The buying up continues. But if you're buying up here, again, you're buying at the very high of the day. You're not buying low, selling high. You're buying high, selling higher. Okay, two differences. Okay, two distinct differences. All right, so upcoming major resistance. Of course, QQQ does have some of that support in this area. And the Q's kind of just been moving sideways, to say the least. And when we zoom out, within that sideways action, This area is where the cues continue to be very indecisive as well. We get sticky in this area. The bigger picture resistance and support is here and there, those zones. We have some here, we have some there as well. Okay, 15-minute candle starting to go shooter here. That'd be great. Okay, see if that shooter candle can lead us back below these highs. Back below those highs. Again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to like the video. 100 likes, we'll do another giveaway. The heavy lifting is done for today. We're at 85, guys. 85. 15 likes away. We had over 500 people stop by. So very, very doable. If you haven't subscribed already, make sure to subscribe. We're closing in on 3,100 subs. So he'll help us hit that goal by the end of the week. If we can hit it today, that'd be great. But we're shooting for the end of the week. Now, if you're continuing to adopt that bullish line of thinking, right? If you're using that 5-minute, you have to wait for a pullback. If you're using those pullbacks, right? If you're using if you're a 1-minute wave rider, right? Hammers off the waves on the one, and you hammer off the wave. Okay, you can risk the wave below that as your risk. Very tight. So it goes from a scalp entry. It's a nice move to the upside. Nice move to the upside. So impressive push by SPY, guys. Impressive push by SPY. The Qs are above prior day's high. The Qs are above prior day's high. Qs are above prior day's high. Have a quick seat. And if you are trading for long periods of time, highly suggest investing in a stand-up desk. Stand-up desk is good, right? Switch up the tempo. I think I perform better standing up, right? As far as trading, when I'm sitting down, I'm more relaxed. Good to switch it up from time to time. Yellow candles on the chart, those are inside candles. Okay, so those inside candles, okay, what it simply means is this is the previous candle, all right? Regardless of the color of that previous candle, whether it's a bullish or bearish candle, so that once this candle comes up, this candle has not taken out that prior candle's high. Our prior candle is low, so there's no decision that's been made yet. Okay, so that's why it's yellow from my lens. Strat terminology, this is known as a inside candle bar, known as a one. Classic textbook, classic candles combination, classic candlestick terminology. This is known as a harami. Okay, harami candle. But the main thing you need to understand, regardless of what it's called, is price made a certain move. It can be to the upside, to the downside, and then now it's trading within the body of that move. If you really think about it, it's almost like an inverse in golfing, but going back in time, backwards. So you know how an engulfing candle would be like this. If you do the opposite, this would be an engulfing candle, right? So an engulfing candle tells us, right? There's a significant amount of, for this instance, if it's a bullish engulfing candle, the bears once controlled price at this particular time. They got it below these lows, and buyers came off of those lows and pushed it higher. This tells us expansion. All right. So if we flip, the inverse of expansion is basically contraction or consolidation. So you can see this is the opposite. So from a structural standpoint now, what you'll notice is inside candles lead to breaks. If you're just the mechanics of trends. Okay. 3 candles, engulfing candles lead to expansion. So when you flip the backwards, they both mean the same thing. All right, so that's what a 3 candle inside candle means. So after this inside candle closes, okay, say if it just closes, and then we get a break above that inside candle's high, that means in this case, let's say there's a green candle, right? So bulls are in control, indecision. We get a break of those highs. That means more than likely we're going to continue to push to the upside. If we just assess this from a vacuum, without taking into consideration any other variables or location of where price is, in a vacuum, this means we break those highs, more than likely, not guarantee, more than likely we're going to continue to push to the upside and possibly target those highs there and anything beyond that. So that would be a continuation. Why? Would be a continuation because we're continuing this candle's action. Okay, this would be a continuation because we're continuing this candle's action. In this case, if we're selling off, all right, say the prior candles were sell-offs, okay, and we go inside, okay, this would be referred to as a reversal. All right, so we get the sell candle, we sell off, we go inside, indecision, and we break those highs. This would be reverse. In that event, if we do this, break those lows, this would be continuation of that sell. So that inside candle gives us a lot of information. But the most important thing with this inside candle is you can't just trade it just anywhere. So location. You need to know where to look for these inside candles, not just anywhere on the chart. Because the frequency is too high. Just like fair value gaps, just like anything else. Okay, taking a random fair value gap, right, without context, without it being in the right location, it turns out to be a random place on the chart. So now, to level up, we need a key level, okay? Let's start turning into high probability setup. You need a key level, step 1. So now if you say, I'm looking for inside candles, I like that combination off of key levels. Great. We can even dive deeper and say, hey, you know what? What key levels? But we're not going to go down that. We're not going to go down that road. We'll just say key level for now. Because you can even, again, you can say what kind of key levels you want to look for. Weekly, intraday, daily, static, dynamic. Okay, just for now, we'll just say key level. Okay, in this case, if you say I like the 2-1-2 or the inside candle break combination, okay, now you say, hey, you know what? I want it off of a level. Great. So the question becomes, do you want to use it for continuation or reversal? We'll do both. If we're using it for continuation, let's say bullish continuation, we want this to be resistance. Some level of resistance or a reclaim level. Once we get that reclaim, we want that strong close above it, and then if we can get an inside candle there, okay, and then that inside candle, we wait, and once we get that break of that inside candle's upside, we take it. That would be in the event of a continuation, not anywhere random, but associated with a key level, which is major resistance or a reclaim. That would be one entry model. Another model would be in the scenario of reversal. So the inverse would apply for support and a reclaim of support. So now, if you say, hey, you know what, reversal. So there's support. We're selling off. Okay. The inside candle, we get some sort of inside candle combination. We get that reversal, you pull the trigger. Okay, so it just depends, okay, to take one of these combination principles. When you take one of those principles, apply it with something else. And then now you start to lean towards a high probability setup. All right. Hopefully that answers your question, Boomer. And we'll dive even deeper in the boot camp. Okay, so that should just give you a little preview on how to interpret those candles. And candles are very important. Okay, I'll go as far as to say ignore anyone that says candlesticks don't matter. All right, it's almost like saying price history doesn't matter. You might as well just say, hey, price of SPY doesn't matter. Just buy anywhere or sell anywhere. All right. Third shift reversal watch, 100%. Keep an eye on that, guys. Third shift grab. Weekly open. We flirted with it here. Aggressive rejection off initial interaction. So now we did expand off that level. This is the key zone to pay attention to. Let me know if that makes sense for the people that also wanted more insight on those inside candles. Okay, on YouTube, does that make sense? Inside candle being the inverse of an engulfing candle. Expansion versus consolidation. So the way strat terminology defines expansion is broadening. All right, so a lot of these techniques are saying the same thing in a different way. If one becomes a member, remember the boot camp still required. Is required. You can. There's a course in the community, self-paced course that covers the topics of the boot camp. That's available with your membership. But if you're going to attend the live boot camp, that's separate. But the way you can attend it is if you go with the yearly plan. Okay. So the yearly plan. If you go with the yearly plan, SPY Strikers Apex bundle. All right, the yearly bundle. That's one payment, 12-month access. 4 months free. 4 months free access. You have the boot camp ticket. You have a coaching call as well. Anytime you need it, think of it like a lifeline, right? So anytime you need support with anything, that comes with your plan. And that's one payment of $399. And that's every year. So 12-month access. But the boot camp itself, is not part of the monthly community, the Apex community, but the Apex strikers, they already have the course. All right. They already have the self-paced course that's included. The difference is the boot camp is live. A couple of the topics get we dive a little deeper into topics and we continue to refine it. But it's generally the same kind of information. But the boot camp is good because if you have any questions, you can ask it in real time. If yearly, all boot camps are free. So one boot camp is free. So you choose what boot camp you're going to attend on the yearly. All right, so one boot camp a year is free with your yearly plan. So I'm aiming to do at least one boot camp a month. I try to get it to 2. Free up the schedule, and but you get one boot camp that comes with your plan on the yearly. If you do take the yearly, let me know, guys, because I have to manually add to the Discord. If you do take the yearly plan, just let me know on YouTube. And I'll make sure you have access to the community right away. All right, so it's just you get to pick. So bootcamp $99, yearly $399, 12 months of access, coaching call, best bang for your buck. Video recording of the bootcamp is not free. It's available to the premium in the community. Here, strikers, they have access to it. All right, so let me know if that answers your question structure. So it's not free. You have to pay the monthly. That comes with your plan. Yeah, the boot camp is free for the yearly. Right? It comes with the plan. So it's not really free. It just comes with the plan. All right, the free does not exist, guys. The free is an illusion. There's no such thing as free. Everything has some kind of cost to it. All right, whether it's a time cost, resource cost, energy cost, whatever the cost is, there's nothing that's for free. All right, even the stream, it's free to consume, but you have to spend time. Yeah, so yearly boot camp, yearly plan, it comes with a boot camp. Yep, you're right. So it comes with the boot camp and it comes with the coaching call. That comes with the plan. So you get 4 months of access bonus. So there's big saving here. All right. On top of that, you get the boot camp, one boot camp. And on top of that, you get the coaching call. So you save about 65 to 70% off. If you do take the yearly, just let me know. I have to manually add you to the 100%. So the info, guys, it's right. We don't want to gatekeep the information. We want to make it readily available. But of course, naturally, the price will continue to go up to protect the community. I have a certain number I want to keep the community, and we're going to base it off of churn. If this community goes to 10,000, 20,000, it's not possible. All right, so I want to keep that small community feel. And what's going to happen is, all right, this is the community. This is the only thing you can do to protect the community is make the paywall higher. Make the paywall higher, or wait for churn. And the people who join the community, they don't leave because they're grandfathered in. Right? So it's not possible at the current moment for us to have 5,000 people in the community. It's not possible. Right, I like to have that small community feel, know everyone by name, everyone's not just a number. Because my goal is to give you the tools, resources, day in, day out, week in, week out, to get you to perform at your highest level. Right, to conquer the weak, to tackle the weak. And the objective is to do that at scale. Right, without telling you what to trade. Without telling you buy this, sell this. Right? Is it good for a small account? Yeah, small account. So you can use SPY for small account as well. Just use less contracts. Right? So the thing is with these small accounts, guys, don't correlate small account with doubling it overnight. Okay, so you can use small account for SPY. You can use 1 out the money, 2 out the money contracts, 3 out the money contracts. All account sizes are welcome. All style of traders. Only thing I ask is just be committed to the craft. Be willing to learn. Hold yourself accountable. Make the proper adjustments week to week. Right. Look out for other people in the community. Share your experiences. All right. Over time, the more comfortable you become. That's it. And then we just thrive. Very, very straightforward. Very straightforward. So again, now we're jammed between that weekly open. So tremendous job on the Bulls. Tremendous job on the Bulls for doing it. At 100% detour. All right, the community is more for the serious. The people want to take the trade into the next level. That's what it's really intended for. But the live stream on YouTube is not going anywhere. Right, we're gonna continue to stream on YouTube. You have to deal with the ads. You have to deal with the delay. Small fee to pay. what is the smallest account required to trade? So it depends. You can say, are you looking to scalp? The smallest account, I would say that to the smallest possible to do any kind of damage, I'd probably say it's 500. If those one out the money contracts, two out the money contracts, if they cost like $100, if you can get contracts that cost $100, right? You have $500. You can take one contract, and you have 4 trades. Okay. So what I mean by that is, say you have $500, and the nature is you can't have a $500 account and then say, hey, let me have my risk at 1% of my account. That doesn't exist. So the nature is, if you have a $500 account, you're going to have to be very, very disciplined. You can break it up into $100 segments. Okay. $100 per trade. The contracts that get you $100. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. That's what I would approach a $100 account with. All right. So basically, I have these. Theoretically, I have, give or take, 5 trades I can take. Of course, some contracts are $1 and some change. So we'll say 4 trades. All right. So with this $100, okay, you're looking to make anywhere from, okay, let's say 15%. Okay, 15%. So 10% of 100, that's $15. About 10 to 15. The question is, are you willing to make $10 to $15 per contract, per trade, for 2 months? If you don't see that as viable, you shouldn't trade a $500 account, because that's the only path to consistency with that account. Don't try to put the whole thing in. It can work, but that's not going to be sustainable. So 15% here, 15% there, 10% stop loss, do the same thing. That's how I'd approach it. So your goal is to go from 500 to 600. 15% here, 10% there, 20% there, adds up. Or you can say, hey, you know what? I'm looking to take 2 contracts. Okay. Basically 2 trades. You have 2 trades in the chamber. Your day boils down to 2 trades. Okay, so $200, $200. Just depends. 2 contracts at around $100 per contract. Probably have to go further dated. If you want something that's 1 DTE, you're gonna have to go even more further dated. So that increases the volatility. All right, so if it's 2 contracts, if you get 10%, 15%, 20%, 20%, all right, that's $40. Save your stop losses around 10%. $40, make $40, lose $20. You just keep playing that game. Right, that would be the best approach. So I think 500 might be the smallest amount you can start with. Because in the case where you go the 1 contract way, the question is, how about if you go on a losing streak? If you lose, if you're using proper risk management, say we're using 20% risk. In theory, if you lose all 5 trades, okay, this goes down to 80. All 5 trades. 80. You take 5 trades, okay, this isn't a vacuum. There's some other variables, of course, to factor in. 80. 80. All 5 of them get 80, but you have exceptional risk management. Right? You're down 20, 40, 60, 80, $100. So you're down $100. So you still have your capital. But the likelihood of, if you have a high probability setup, the frequency of you losing 5 in a row is very low. Does it happen? Yes, it does happen from time to time, but that's very, very few times. So on the contrary, if you can turn 100 to 120, okay, 120 there, 80 there, and say you got 140 there. Okay, add that up. 240, right? 360, right? So now you're getting back to where you need to be. So let me add all that up. So 120, 120, 80, 140, 80. So you're at 540. Okay, and then now when you get to say you get to the next psychological level, you get to 700, say $200 up. When you get to 700, what you do is you do the same thing. You divide this by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You divide 700 by 5. And now you start to get, maybe you can afford the contracts that are at the money now, depending on the days. Or you can get a little closer to the strike. Now you can afford contracts that are 140. Same thing. And then once you get to 1,000, okay, you basically 100%. So, but guess what? You have the same framework. The framework stays the same. But what you start doing now is instead of dividing your account by 5, you divide your account by 10. Because you start using less of your account. In the beginning, you have to use basically 20% of your account. The more your capital grows, okay, the less you want to use per trade. Less percentage. Okay, let me know if that makes sense. So I would say maybe 500. 500 is probably the lowest you can go. Can you do it with $100? You can, but I mean, one contract at a time. But $500, I think is doable. The more you have, the better. But just follow that same framework to build it up. My small account challenge is up to 1,300. Started with $100, slowly nursed it. Wow, look at that, guys. All right, but the thing is, Doctor he didn't just start trading 2 weeks ago, right? So again, it depends on your experience. It depends on a lot of things. So he was able to start with $100, right, to 1,300. 2 contracts, 2K. I did initially 100 to 500. An afternoon through one contracts were cheap, right? So if you have experience, you can do with less. But if you're just starting off, I think 500 is a great foundation. Right? So again, there's going to be some outliers depending on experience. But overall, I would say I'm not going to tell you, hey, you know what, you just come with $50. All right. Because guess what, guys? I'll tell you this. $500 account blown is not going to, if you blow your account, worst case scenario, $500, all right, you're going to do everything you can to learn, to do everything to take the strides to better yourself as a trader and learn those principles. But if you blow $500, okay, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. There's so many things you can learn from during that 500 that you can implement to the next one. If you come into the game, if I tell you, hey, you know what, have 25K as a beginner, all right, to meet PDT, or come with your 25K. You never traded before, bring 25K, put in the market. If you blow this, okay, you're gonna be in a big hole. Can you recover? You can recover, but it's gonna take you a long time to recover. All right, so that's the reality of this situation. It's better to start small, especially if you're a beginner. Understand that the most important thing is to have those setups to get a good feel of your psychology, where you are, having those frameworks in place. If you have that sustainable approach, incremental progress over a long period of time, you will win. Because that $500 account camp, if you can get that $500 account, if you can build your confidence, you trade it for 6 months, 9 months, whatever it is. Okay, now you can tell yourself, hey, you know what? I've proven it to me. I'm able to grow this. And then now I want to put the initial capital that I have for trading. All right, people set aside capital to trade. What they do is they put the whole amount. Say if you have $50,000 you want to put to trading and you're a beginner. You saw some video on YouTube. You saw something, maybe an ad. You got lured in. You have 50K. Okay, this is not financial advice, but what I'll tell you is, don't put the whole thing in. Segment it out. At least deploy a little bit of it to get a feel for the industry. I promise you, if you put the whole thing in, you think you got everything down to a science, right? That's going to evaporate. All right? That's going to evaporate. All right, but that's my take on that. Does that answer your question, Structure? Or Gary? One of you had that question. Hey, that looked like my account. I'm going with everyone here, right? So, at the end of the day, you're the account manager. All right, you're the fund manager. All right, but I promise you, the fastest way to grow your account is slow. The fastest way to grow your account is nice and slow. If you try to grow it fast, it's not going to last. We've seen it time and time again. I've been part of that camp as well. And you know what industry is predatory for that? The fact that people want to grow things fast, there's an entire industry that just emerged based off of that. That's the prop space. Okay? So there are people that are willing to grow things aggressively, right? Right? They're willing to throw capital at things for that aggressive growth. So a space emerges for you to do that. And if you don't know the nature of the space, if you don't know the nature of what you're doing, it's predatory. It's allowing you to exercise your need for unsustained growth and giving you unlimited attempts. Is there an area, a use case for it? For people who know what they're doing, there is. But for everyone else, with those easy resets, guys, right? Treat each trade, even if the account is $25, you got it for free, $50, $100, just treat it the same way. Treat it with high level of respect. Okay? All right? And you'll learn a lot with that, because again, if you think that you can go through the hurdles, you can go through all the ebbs and flows, if you can skip the process that's required to be able to manage a 100K account, 200K account, 300K account, if you think you can skip that and just jump to 300K, you're just going to learn those lessons on a bigger scale. Right? So the same lessons you can learn with that $500 account or the 50K account. The only difference is the wins and losses are magnified. That's the only difference. Right? Same lessons, same opportunities, same everything. The only difference is the wins and losses, the ebbs and flows. The lessons are just magnified. And that's the only difference. Right? That is the only difference. I had to clear my throat. Definitely gave me some insight. Looks like a very difficult mental to take 80 and watch it run since you're one trade left. Whenever it does grow is better than the alternative. Yeah. All right, you learn a lot. You learn a lot doing that. I did initially with 5, so we can see one of our traders. All right, again, experienced trader, so not just showing up a couple weeks ago. Right, he's been trading for some time. I did initial turn 100 into 500, and then that 100 turned into 1300. Right, so it is doable, but it's going to come down to your experience. Do you have a setup you're going to count on? What are your risk parameters? It's like starting a new business. You have to have a plan. All right, you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Same thing. So if you have a certain amount of capital, plan it out. This is my risk. This is my amount of contracts I'm looking to take. These are some of my rough projections. Right? To the upside and to the downside. Here are some rules. If I'm green on one day, if I'm green 3 days in a row, I don't trade the next day. If I'm back-to-back red. So all these different things you put in place because it's your business. You make the rules. All right, don't just fund an account. Don't just get an account on the prop and start clicking buttons. All right? You fail to plan, you plan to fail. And it's the reality of the situation. That applies universally. It doesn't matter. There's no exception to the rule. These are just one of the universal truths. In any arena, right? If you show up to a test, you didn't study, you're not prepared, you are literally planning to fail. Same thing. Significant slowdown in the price here, guys, going side to side. Do you do every pre-market analysis of the market as well? Yep. So we do pre-market analysis every single morning at 9:30 a.m. We go over some individual names. We go over SPY. We go over QQQ. We go over Bitcoin. We go over the Dow. We go over bird's eye view. We go over everything, and then we dive into our game plan. Past 2 days, the game plan has played out to a T. Right? So now when the bell rings, we have an idea. Again, we have a plan. It's just a matter of how closely can we follow the plan. And if things change in the event, in the event the plan has to change, how quickly can we call an audible? All right? So we do have that every single morning at 9 a.m. So that's sent out every single morning here. Yeah, before market open. So 9 a.m. all the way to 9:30, and then 9:30 rolls around, then we jump right onto YouTube. We jump onto YouTube, and we still have that stream going. We still have that stream going in the community. I'm trying hard today if I'm expecting to push to 689. Yes, live. Everything is live. All the education is done live. Okay, it's not pre-recorded. It's not a voice note. It's not a video. And I post a video. Everything is live. So because this is what I would be doing anyways. Right? Go back to Andre's comment. I'm trying to hard today. I'm expecting a push to 689. 689 now put us above that weekly open, right? Above that weekly open. So bulls declare victory above weekly open and start to push into 689. You got 689 close to that that weekly trigger. So 689 is in this territory here. Let me actually get to that exact level. Okay. I'm in 689. My play was at 687. I got nervous, got in and out at 687. Again, just be careful. It's midday, guys. Midday action starts to slow down. There's a lot of premium burn. Yeah, you can ask questions anytime. So if you want to ask questions, feel free to ask questions. Unmute, send questions in the chat. Yeah, pretty straightforward. But I'm starting to do the Q&A and all the group activities. Right, me and the group Q&A, we go over the weekly analysis. I'm back testing Sunday nights. Sunday nights, that'll be our weekly prep, 7 p.m. Eastern. So at that time, that'd be a great time to ask questions because we're not trading live, right? So we have time. So I have the downtime to cover some things, or we'll go over some tickers, and we can open up the floor. If anyone wants to share any ideas, right, they can share ideas at that particular time, right? So Sunday night will be I'm bringing back stocks after dark. Been doing this for a while. How long did it take you, doctor? To go from started with 100, slowly nursed it. So 100 to 1344. That's 1,000% return. Do you do options trading? Yes, this is options trading. We're currently trading options. No, not on YouTube. On in the Discord. In the new year. Okay, so about 2 months. So 1,000+% return in 2 months. So at this rate, that can probably go to 10K. Right, maybe the end of Q2, beginning of Q3. Right. That's awesome. I came across quad rotation using 4 stochastic fast indicators. Do you use this? Your thoughts? I don't use stochastics to make entry decisions. But if it helps you make those entries in conjunction to what price is doing, by all means. If it works for you, make it work, right? So there's no one way only of navigating these markets, right? There's multiple ways, but the core principles stay the same. So regardless of what way you do trade, the core principles stay the same. So you choose the style, principles stay the same. Risk management, top of your mind. Frequently taking profits. Not chasing. Those things we're very familiar with. Those stay the same. Now that's very, at this pace, that's very doable. The key was posted. 100 to 20. That's what is that? That's a 2,500% return, right? Or more than that, or 25,000% return. Okay, we're above the weekly open, guys. It's official. The Bulls have taken over the week. The Bulls are back like they never left. It just took them a day, right? They hit the snooze button on Monday. They slept in, and then they're back. Now they got the Bears shaking in their boots. 5 likes away, guys, from 100. We'll do the giveaway. We will do the giveaway then. Q's pushing nicely. Dow pushing nicely. VIX going south. So that last pull, he was right at 9 EMA. If you're a 9 EMA wave trader, guys, don't always go for these complicated, fancy strategies with all sorts of terminology. Keep it simple. Okay. Okay. If there's a clear trend, use trend indicators for pullbacks. If there is no trend, don't use trend indicators for pullbacks. Trade range bound setups. Okay, look for areas of strong support resistance until prove otherwise. Okay. So you can see, let's zoom out just a little bit here, go to the 5 minute, you can see. Right, so ever since we started to wave, right, we've been continuing to push. So the opportunity, buyers are tasked with reloading here. Okay, reload, reload. And the trend's still intact. Okay, reload. So the only area the bears can exist at the current moment, there are no clean breakdowns, is at the higher highs, shorting the higher highs. What would you like me to explain structure? What would you like me to explain? Okay, we're at 101, guys. Let's get to 105, 110. Put your names in the chat. We'll do the giveaway. I think this is the fastest, shortest period of time for us to get to 100 likes. 1 o'clock. Make sure to like the video. And we're closing in on 3,100 subs. We're still a small channel in the corner of YouTube. We're having a tremendous impact, building an awesome community, both on YouTube and on Discord. Today we almost cracked 100 people on live. I think we'll crack it one of these days. We'll see. Range and trend. Okay, so this is what a lot of I dive into the boot camp in this, of course, is when you are trading your strategies, all right? Don't just apply your strategies and impose your will on the market. Don't just have your strategies and impose your will on the market. That's not your job. Your job is to first see what the market is doing. Okay? The questions you got to answer, the questions you got to ask, I should say, and get an answer for is one of the two. Are we in a trend? Are we trending? And this can be defined in many ways. Okay. Depending on what time frame you're operating on, but just in general, are we trending or are we chopping or consolidating? So you have your setups. Okay, you have your setups. You have your toolbox. Your setups are your toolbox. You're coming to work. All right, let's say you're a handyman, okay? You're a handyman and you're looking to fix some things. All right? Just use that analogy. You have your toolbox, which is your setups. So you show up to work, and then now you just can't take out whatever tool you want and start using a drill, okay, instead of a wrench. You have to know what you're looking for. So it's question number one. You have the tools in your toolbox. So the first thing you need in your toolbox is you need your trend strategies. You need your chop strategies. So those are your tools. You come into the day. Question number one, what's going on? Are we trending? Are we chopping? If we're trending, you take your trending. If we're chopping, you take your chopping tools. You trade the chop. If you don't have chopping tools, you don't trade the trend here. The mistake traders make is they take their trend setup, they take this one tool and apply it everywhere. That's not what the tool is designed for. If we are trending, are we trending bullish, bearish? Are we trending bullish, bearish? Are we moving up or are we moving down? So now, based on your assessment, you take the proper tool and you apply it, okay? We're in a trend. I'm going to take my trend setups, apply them to the trend, and now I just need to identify which way the trend is going. If it's going up, if it's going down, I know what to look for, and I apply my tool here. Okay? So the mistake that traders make is, of course, they take the chop tool, they put it here. They take the trend tool, they use it here. All right, so now this comes with understanding and getting a read on the environmental conditions. Doesn't mean that you're going to be right every single time. No, this is how to stack the odds in your favor. So now if you have your chop setups, if you have your trend setups, you put it here, more than likely it's not going to work. Right? So this is how you want to operate it. Most traders don't have this in their tool belt. They don't have this trading chop tool. They only have the trend tool. So what that means is you can only do work in trending conditions. This does not exist. This is not for you. If anytime you see chop, you don't go to work here. You don't know how to operate that tool. You only exist here. Okay? Because if you try to take your trend tool and apply it to chop, if you try to take a wrench and use it as a screwdriver or use it as a drill, it's not going to work. Can it work a couple of times? Sure, but over a series of 100 trades, it's not going to work. Because that's not what it's intended for. So now when it's chopping, your job is now to learn the skills on how to operate that chop tool before you start trading here. And then now, if you have both tools in your toolbox, you can trade either one. And that's where you're going to get to. If that makes sense. Okay? That's how it goes. Not just apply whatever you want whenever you see it. Okay, those days are long gone. Those are like the COVID days. Oh, the market is going up, just take it. Market is going down, just nope, that's over. That strategy is all right, worked. Okay, during COVID times, not anymore. We're almost a decade away from COVID. All right, so now the better you get at getting the environmental reads, the better you are at bringing the opportunities to the table for yourself. So that's what the pre-market prep is. The pre-market prep is all for us to get the reads. We need to get the reads. What kind of defense is what kind of coverage is the defense running? All right, environmental condition assessment, very important. Make sense? Because if you are a trend trader, right, this is the day you got. This is a great day. Right? It doesn't mean you just trade all day. You pick your spots for an hour, maybe max 2 shifts. Get your work done. Okay? Use your tools, fix a couple of things, and move on. Okay? And just move on. So put in the chat, are you guys trend traders or are you chop traders? What is your, okay, or put in your textbook setup. What is your textbook setup? Is it EMA, non-EMA bounce after a break? Is it bull flag, bear flag? Is it some smart money concept? Is it strat with a key level? Right? What is your textbook thing you look for? Your bread and butter. I think so too, but I haven't had a red day this month. A streak is... That's beautiful. So no red days this month. That's a beautiful size into 0. That's very smart, especially if you can only manage it passively. All right. And I promise you guys, if you focus in on SPY is all you need. Laser in on one ticker. So it's like you're using the same tools to kind of fix the same thing. Gets above those highs, traps those longs, starts to push to the downside. Giveaway time. Giveaway. I might have to clip that out and put it in the for the YouTube members. I'll clip that part out. Thanks for the community YouTube channel. Absolutely, structure. Okay, giveaway time. So giveaway. So put your names in the chat. Any new names? I still have the names from earlier. Still have the names from earlier. How much do you make usually? Depends on how much the trade goes for. Depends on the size. Depends on how much the trades go for. Do we have any new names? We have Maurice. We have Lucky. I think I got Lucky earlier. Let me see. No, Lucky's not in there. All right. The primary focus, okay, is not how much you're making. The primary focus is the process. Okay. Maurice Yen. All right. Everyone's trading different size. Everyone's using different capital, different contracts. So it's not to see who's trading what, how much size is here, how much size is there, how much. That's not the purpose of trading. The purpose of trading is you're a racehorse. You're not worried on what the horse on the left lane is doing. We're all racing towards that goal collectively, right? The nature of trading, that's what it becomes a Vanity Fair. Right? That's all the social media activity, right? If you go on X, if you go on Instagram, all that, that's all it is, right? No process, screenshot. Try to get the biggest gain. And if you play that game, I promise you guys, maybe some of you guys played that game before and you've learned, it gets you nowhere fast. All right? The boring game, process, will get you closer and closer to your ultimate goal. Adi, Maurice. Any other contestants want to jump in? Anyone else want to jump in the giveaway? We'll do it at 1:30. Andre, okay, I got Andre L. I think okay, Andre L got that. Lucky got Lucky. If you're just jumping in, just take one trade today for a nice game. I was ready yesterday. If you recall, go back and watch yesterday's episode. It had nothing to do with the charts. Had more to do with my execution. Not execution, I would say my management. Right, the setups were there for the taking. Sometimes you fumble at the goal line, and that's where that was the case yesterday. So my protocol is whenever I have a red day, the very next day, my objective is to get green. And if it means get it done green in one trade, then green is what I want to see. Because now you're setting yourself up for the next day. If that makes sense. All right, so that's something that's a framework you want to implement, or some form of that kind of framework and implement. Trust me, it helps a lot. Okay, it's going to help you a lot. Okay, we have is that Danita? You have Yen. How'd you guys do on YouTube today? Green, red, yellow. Strikers, if you're done, answer the poll question. We'll get started here shortly on the poll at 12:30, at 1:30. And Jerry, okay. Do I have you already? If you see a name twice, just shout it out. Okay. We have Bev. I think, do we have Bev? We have Beck. We don't. Okay, I got you already, a Bev. Unless it's a new name. I got Bev already. Joy. Do I got Joy? Joy. Okay, Joy. Got it. By all means. 100%. I like it. I don't know what it was for, but I agree, doctor. Any means necessary. 1:30 we'll do the giveaway. If you're just jumping in, welcome aboard. We're a live trading SPY. Breaking down the action. We did see a nice breakout on off that double bottom. Right, double bottom, grabbing those lows, key level, EMA, 3 things lining up. Okay, continues to push, gets above that yearly open, continues to accelerate, gets that downward compression break, comes into these highs. These highs were pivotal to see if there was an opportunity for a trap. Trap was debunked, continue to push into weekly open, get above weekly open. These highs, we start to push the downside. Now we're trading in this area. Question is, does it treat this as support here? To get the same kind of sequence there. Again, if you're bearish, you're looking for higher high fails. It makes a higher high, starts to slide to the downside. Those breakdowns off of support, wait for an additional layer of confluence. Maybe another head and shoulder, right? This one got invalidated once that right shoulder got taken out. Left head, maybe right. We shall see. We shall see. Now 1:30 we'll do the giveaway. Which EMA? 20 EMA. 20 EMA on the 5. Yeah, 20 EMA on the 5. So this particular one right here, if we kind of break it down, that's that entry. Okay, so price made a nice move. Started to slide. Okay, as it's sliding, okay, we have this low here. We have this level here. 1. Level. Okay, this is a static level. It means that level was given to us by the market. It's not a level that we chose. So a very strong key level. 1. We have an EMA. 2. We have this was like more like that. We have a grab of prior shift. 3. And then we have the price action combination. 4. So let's say price action combination. So 4 areas of confluence. So it's not just the EMA on its own, it was multiple things in that area. Right? Confluence equals confidence. All right, critical area here. We're testing that 20 EMA once again. Okay. Very similar scenario to what we discussed here. See if it does a repeat of that scenario. Again, guys, take advantage of the trial. The trial spots, we have, how many spots left? Let me refresh. All right, if you're interested in joining the community, there is a trial. So you take advantage of the trial. Okay, we have 6 spots left. 6 spots left. Absolutely, Artem. I think you single-handedly influenced the algorithm to push it. All right, I know you're tuning in on 2 or 3 platforms, so I do appreciate the support. So again, giveaway, guys, in about 4 minutes. So there's a hold here or there's a fold. Put in the chat. Hold, meaning we're going to double bottom. We bounce off that 20, respect this area. Or do we sell off, we break down, we finally start to move back the downside. At least into this 685.40 territory, so on and so forth. Why do I have to join the Discord through WAP? Because WAP is the platform I use in between for the payment processing and, of course, the community organization and resource organization as well. So it's fairly straightforward to join. Once you join the WAP, you just follow the instructions and we'll send you the Discord link. Okay. So when you do join, it's going to send you right to the, you're going to get the welcome message and the premium Discord. Okay, it's going to send you the premium Discord. It's going to send you to that premium Discord. You click that. All right, once you sign up, once you click that, claim access. Okay, very straightforward. All right, let's see how it plays out. Yearly open, okay, so you're looking for that bounce for the yearly open. So in turn, maybe a drop below that will support that push into that territory. So put in the chat, hold or fold. In the next, of course, by the time it's, say let's 145, by the time it's 145, where we're going to be? Well above it or well below it. That's what I mean by hold or fold. Okay. We got a couple of votes for hold. We will do the giveaway in less than a minute here. So in this case, now if I'm building a case for a hold, I want the VIX to stay below 20. I want to see a nice bullish price action combination. See if I can get a hammer 2 down, 2 up, 2 down, 2 up reversal. If I'm making a case for a fold, I want us to slice and dice through that level. I want the VIX to blast past blast past. We're not even near that 20. So blast past that at 1960. The lows of the day. Down, down. Maybe one stream. No, it might be a little too out there. I was gonna say maybe one stream I'll show up and then you guys tell me what to trade. Or in the power hour, all right? Hold or fold. Moment of truth. Keep a close eye on that 5 minute. If we get that close below that, it continues to push. VIX continues to climb above 1960. All right, there are enough sellers here. Selling pressure off this grab. Now we're in a new shift, so be on the lookout for that grab. New shift. Okay, giveaway time. Giveaway time. Okay, see if I can lead us back into 687.25. This is for the boot camp giveaway. So again, nice hammer. We go engulfing once again. All right, so if you're looking to get the full, you need that more confirmation. So it decides to go engulfing right off of it. So already hit that 687.26. Say if I were to take the calls here, majority would already be off. That's only 28 cents, but again, double digits, 36 cents. That'd be my approach. If it can hold above 687.31, POC, right? We can see some follow through behind it. If it can't get above POC, okay, that might be a chance for a dead cat bounce. Slide back the downside. I want to see how this 5-minute engulfing candle closes out, to see if there's some more room behind it. It still has 2 minutes, so that is still up for grabs. So you can see it's just riding the 9. Riding the waves, riding the 20, I should say. So again, if you're looking to take it to the downside, you need that to be disproved. Like, it's very similar to the setup here, right? Almost identical. Right? Comes and grabs those lows. Comes into this territory, goes 2-1-2, continue push. This time it comes into those lows. Continues push. All right, on that note, let's do the giveaway here. The giveaway is for the boot camp. We've been giving away the boot camp all week. You guys have been showing up. Smashing the like button. Again, there's the boot camp. If you want to sign up for it, it's available. The first 5 spots, 20% off. If you do win, send me a DM, code word back. Code word back is the way. This is all the things we cover. 4+ hours. You get all the slides you need. You get my course. You get the ebook. All the good stuff. All right? So now, let's spin the wheel. Do we have any last minute entries? Last minute entries. If not, we're going to spin the wheel here. All right, let's spin it. And the second winner is Andre L. Andre L. is the winner. Andre L. Send me a DM in the free tier Discord. Congrats, Andre L. Use code word back. Use code word back, BACK. Okay. So same sequence. Very identical to here, right? So again, now if we do the same thing, do we have enough fuel to continue to push? I'm going to drop the link to the free tier Discord for you to send me the DM. Winners, make sure to send me the DM as quick as you can. Before the end of the day would be great. All right. A boot camp is this Saturday, 10 a.m. Eastern. Alumni are invited. Okay, let me send you the link to the free tier. Okay, boom. So this is the free tier Discord. Just join the free tier Discord. No payment information required. Send me a DM either on Whoop or in join the free tier Discord and a DM in Discord. Okay. So that 1960 couldn't get above that for that continued drop. We'll use that 1960 as a wall. Continues to push. Ceiling drop, the floor rising. And look at the contracts are the action is significant slowdown. 45 cents per 5 minute candle. The thing is, we go from aggressive conditions to this slowdown, and that's to be anticipated midday. All right, that's to be anticipated midday. Next threshold for likes, guys, 120. Can we crack 120? Can we crack 120? For a giveaway, I meant to say giveaway. We're a few subs away from 70 subs. All right, so help us get to 3,100 subs. All real subscribers. What a bounce. Anyone take the calls there? Trend traders. So very similar 20 MA. Grab those lows, shift low grab. That coincides with one of the SAT setups. I think YouTube likes it when you keep the title the same. All right. We need a new poll question. All right. So far it looks like consensus. Majority of the people use Webull. So again, if you do use Webull, I do have a video on my channel, a quick tutorial on how to set up Turbo Trader under 10-15 minutes. All right. How I like to set it up, a simple way to set it up. Go check that out if you haven't already. Right behind that is Thinkorswim and Robinhood as well. So, popularity. So, daily, let us know how you did performance. Any strikers are still looking for opportunities? Or you guys are done? Looks like most of you are done. Yellow means break even. Long time since I just took one trade. Okay, we got Fidelity, we got Mumu. Mumu is a relatively new one. Or is it Momo? I'll go with Mumu. What broker do you suggest? If you're a relative beginner, right, maybe you have a Robinhood account, I'd suggest at least go to Webull. Webull is a great broker. Fairly easy to set up. Has a lot of cool tools for free. If you're more advanced, you can go to TOS, you can go to IBKR. You can also go to Fidelity. But Webull, in order of user-friendly, of course, Robinhood is most user-friendly, but there's a lot of limitations on Robinhood. It doesn't give you the best features, right? So that healthy medium between having enough features, user-friendly, I think Webull is the best one. But it's good to have multiple brokers, right? There's no downside to having multiple brokers. I just use those brokers for different things. So I have one broker for long term, one broker for scalping, one broker for swing, one broker for leaps. Okay. And then now your broker accounts now they give you you have access to your cash. I mean, banks are in trouble. If you think about a bank account, I mean the banks are on the clock. I know Robinhood. When I used to use Robinhood, they would give you like a debit card. I think they even have Robinhood credit cards as well. Right, so leveraging a brokerage account is a real thing in the future. And brokers are starting to swallow the banks. Is it a good idea to have calls and puts upcoming earnings? So that would be like a straddle strangle earnings play. If you've never done it before, right? So these are the downfalls. Okay, let's go over earnings. Okay, earnings trade. Okay, earnings trade. So earnings trade, some things that we need to know, high risk. Earnings trade, they're in the category of lotto. So lotto meaning they're basically can go either way. One thing you need to pay attention to earnings trades, okay? Say for instance, I'm assuming you're going with NVIDIA. So they say there's a particular name. All right, the particular name was moving like this before earnings, all right? What ends up happening is those contracts, the IV on those contracts increase significantly because they have to price in the moves, the earnings move. So for instance, they have something called an expected upside move, expected downside move. All right, so say if you take, for instance, NVIDIA, you say, hey, you know what? NVIDIA's at this particular level. All right, just give you an example. Okay, NVIDIA at this particular level. I'm looking to take earnings calls or puts. I'm anticipating NVIDIA making a move in either direction. On paper, fantastic idea. In reality, right, what you need to take into account is the expected move. So the market is already pricing in the move NVIDIA is going to make. So if you take the straddle or strangle on NVIDIA, which means you get the puts and the calls, the difference is one is same strike on opposite ends, and the other is different strikes. Okay, so say if you take the NVIDIA was near that 190 calls, 190 puts, and you say NVIDIA has a tendency to make a major move the next day based on earnings. What you're saying is you're willing to lose 100% on one side to make greater than 100% on the other side. One thing you have to factor in is the expected move. If NVIDIA does not make, for this example, does not make a move beyond the expected move, right? The IV of those contracts are so high, right, that you're not going to make anything between that area. If it goes beyond, you make something. If it stays within that range, both those contracts get crushed. Okay, so that's IV crush. So you can only take the earnings trade, right? So this would be bad. Okay, you get crushed, and this would be good. You go beyond the expected move. If you have something telling you that it's going to go more than the expected move, right? That would be the straddle strangle playing both ways. If you just play it one way, okay, you're just willing to lose the entire contract. That's a little different. But again, the IV crush is the biggest danger because of the increasing IV. This worked out nicely in 2022, 2021. After that, this is either a huge hit or a huge miss. So this style of trading, in my opinion, again, just my opinion, right, I would categorize as lotto. There's no particular edge in here. It just can go either way. Right? So you have to be aware of that. A, what is the expected move? Upside and downside. B, it is an NVIDIA or whatever the name is, can it make a move beyond that expected move? And sustain it to the next day. Because it can make a move, but that move can be quickly reversed and goes back to within the range. All right, so that's the dangers of trading earnings. If you treat it as a lotto, no harm, no foul. Trying to catch a big win for a paper cut, by all means. But if it's something you're looking to deploy a significant capital behind, do your due diligence, do a little more research. There are other ways where you can get a better return for your capital than trading earnings. That's just my opinion. Right, so I haven't put up an earnings trade in a very long time, right? When they do work, they work nicely. When they don't, it gets ugly. Right, so that means you have to be willing to part ways with the entirety of the position. That's basically your risk. Your risk is basically sizing to zero. Sizing for zero. Still green for the day, though. Beautiful job, Milton. Tremendous streak past couple of days. If you guys are green, guys, stay clean. You guys know the protocol. Have a great rest of your day. So Nvidia is the only earnings name coming up. But again, if you look on maybe X, if you look on all over these, they're going to have all sorts of ideas there. Okay. But again, please do your due diligence. Don't throw your capital everywhere. You're better off taking that capital trading SPY. You have a better chance of making something shake off a SPY. And that's the cool thing. We have an old, reliable, bread and butter SPY. If all else fails, just go back to SPY. So now a nice little push to the upside. Anyone have experience trading earnings? Anyone find success trading earnings? Anyone want to share any secrets, earnings secrets? Now with earnings, for me, it's hit or miss. So I'll just think of it as a lotto. All right. Do you have anything that gives you the confidence to take an entry on the trade? I noticed you pinpoint the level and say it's going to hold or drop. What do you use to pick the direction? What I use to pick the direction is what kind of action is taking place in that area. So if I have a particular, depends on what the area is. Okay, so let me give you an example. So if it's a major area of support, so let's say this support. We all know what support is. It's a prior area where buyers stepped up and halted the selling pressure. So, okay, let's just say this support, right? Price gravitates away from it, and a few hours later, maybe another day, whatever the trade is, maybe a week later, this applies universally. Starts to work its way to this territory. Starts to work its way to this territory. Now that it's here, all I have to do is look to the left. I saw buyers, okay, step up here. Step up here. And now, the way I see it is, unless proven otherwise, UPO. Okay, unless proven otherwise, I'm going to treat it for what it is. It's support. So if I see the same kind of activity here, same kind of price action, okay, I'll take it to the upside. So now if I'm looking to take this support breakdown, and in the event that same amount of buyers don't step up and we fail to hold that level, I don't want to see bullish activity here. What I do want to see is us decisively get below the level. Right? The absence of aggressive buyers and the presence of sellers. So maybe I want to get a hold below that level, get some of the EMAs to cross below that level. Okay, if I want that hold entry, or get some sort of retest entry. Sometimes there's no retest because it just drops. So coming into support or resistance, I will always treat it as what it is, what it was before. All right. So if I want the market to do something else it hasn't done before, I need to see something else. So I add that additional layer of confirmation. So same thing here. So we know this is grab those lows. So it did show some signs. If we get that nice clean close below that, okay, then you shoot your shot. Are you going to make every shot? Can you be wrong? You can. But it's a high probability chance. Right? That's how you go about. That's how to go about it. Make sense, Mr. Fan too. Up 86% on that last bounce. Seeking wisdom, beautiful job. We're back at that weekly open, guys. We're back at that weekly open. We're flat on the week. That's how I decipher the difference. You're not going to get it right every time. Say even if I decided to go short here, if we get a clean close, all right, and it looked good. It looked good with setting up, and I get stopped out, and I get invalidated. This is a worthy loss. Because if it did go, you win. But I'm not going to let the loss get out of hand and go all the way here. Right? So what it comes down to is you have to almost find areas on the chart where you're willing to lose. That's basically that's what high probability setups are. Areas on the chart where you're willing to lose. In comparison to anywhere else, what specific areas on the chart are you willing to allocate risk, define your risk, and you're okay with taking a loss because the upside presents an opportunity? That's basically what high probability setup is in a nutshell. Recently, the overall market tends to be dominated more than the company's earnings. Even the strong earnings, the stock price is either not rising, even dropping after earnings report. The secret to trading earnings is to buy the contract 7 to 10 days before earnings when there's IV 100%. Right? To go up to get in early and to have those contracts through earnings maybe or up until earnings. That can be one way. Do we reach high day yet? We're almost at high day. High day is 680, 610. Sorry, 688.10. 688.10 is high day. Almost at high day. So that's the question you have to ask yourself. What are some areas on the chart, all right, where you're willing, okay, again, backwards logic, backwards thinking, you're willing to take a loss? So in this case, if you're a bull, okay, this is the setup is there. Okay, this is an area where you're willing to take a loss. Meaning, if it gets invalidated, it closes below it, you know the sellers are stepping in. Okay, no harm, no foul. Wrong. But if this presents an opportunity another 9 times, same scenario, you're willing to allocate risk there. Yeah, it's a long story this, but I YOLO'd into Palantir $7.80 at earnings. Never saw a red second, let alone a red day. I don't have it anymore though. Like I said, it's a long story. I also knew a lot about Palantir, so it wasn't a complete. Yeah. So if you have some insight, again, if you have something proven, you have some insight, you have some technical edge, fundamental edge, you're gonna leverage that edge. Absolutely. But if you're just trading earnings just for the sake of putting it out there, right, it's tough because you need it to go above the expected move. And with the nature of earnings, right, it can go either way. It can phenomenal earnings gap down. Terrible earnings gap up. Or phenomenal earnings gap up. Terrible earnings gap down. Or stay relatively in the same area. So you're really counting on your experience and your knowledge there, not boomer. Okay. Some great points. Some great points, guys. I would look to wrap this up probably 2 o'clock, 2:30. If you have any questions, let me know. Any futures trading I'm looking forward to State of the Union. Why is SPY better than other trading? So why is SPY superior? Okay, SPY has everything else to offer, but not everything else has what SPY has to offer. If that makes sense. So SPY has everything all the other names have to offer, but all those other individual names don't have what SPY has to offer. So SPY has great spreads. SPY is very liquid. SPY has 0DT contracts. It has the weekly contracts. So you can scalp it. It's great for small accounts, medium accounts, large accounts. It's the benchmark ETF. Right? You get setups, clean setups, relative clean set, at least one setup every hour on SPY. Okay, so that's why SPY is, in my opinion, superior. Has everything you can ask for as a day trader. Are you looking for 0 DTE trading in this range? So if I were trading at this particular time, maybe I'll go over to the 1 DTEs. If I'm looking to scalp quickly, possibly the zeros, but just know the zeros are losing value dramatically, especially when it gets past the halfway point. So you need that move to take place very quickly and in your favor. So I would say best practice is, if you were trading at this time, go over to the 1 day DTEs. One-day DTEs. Again, keep in mind, zeros are the most volatile, the most dangerous product in trading. When it comes to volatility, when it comes to risk, right? We use that word risk lightly because risk is everywhere. Risk is inevitable, right? 0 DTEs are frowned upon in the industry. The reason is because people don't know how to trade them. But if you know how to trade the 0 DTEs, right, then you open up yourself for that reward. Only if you can mitigate the risk. Do you have to trade the zeros? No. You can trade the ones. You can trade the same strategies with the 1 DTE, 2 DTE, 3 DTE. But if you want the best bang for your buck in the shortest amount of time, you cannot beat the zeros. Right? But the zeros are not everyone's cup of tea. They move very quickly. They're more volatile, of course. You can get stopped out a little easier because of the volatility. So if you want prices to slow down slightly, go over 1 DTE. It just depends on the time horizon of your trade idea. So with the zeros, I'm basically in the trade anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes with the majority of my position. So the zeros are perfect from that standpoint for my case. Right? So zeros. Okay, we're sliding back to downside. That's that weekly open. Bulls did their job, guys. Bulls did their job. All they need to do is just maintain price all the way up there. Maintain. Okay. Had to step away for a few minutes. So go to the join the free tier Discord. Send me a DM with the with your name and as well as the word back. Do MES futures and SPY move in similar? Different price, but they generally move in the same direction. All right, the price is going to be different, but if you look at it candle for candle, they're relatively doing the same thing. All right, that goes for SPX as well. All right, SPX. All right, you can see different price, different vehicle. Right. Yeah, so if you're not a proven scalper, stay away from the zeros. Go to the ones. Right? So the difference between someone who's a scalper and someone who holds their position a little longer is scalping just squeezes everything into a shorter period of time. So you have to be very good at making quick decisions in a shorter period of time. So if you're not good at making those quick decisions in a short period of time, buy yourself a little more time so you can make those decisions in a larger time window. But for someone who likes to make those quick decisions in a short period of time, knows how to enter, knows how to exit quickly, can manage those positions really well, those zeros are perfect. Okay, that weekly open rejection was nice. See if it leads us all the way back to this territory here. So the difference between the zeros and the regular contracts, to give you some context, right? They're at the money contracts, the 688s, they're 30 cents, and the in the money are 87 cents for the calls. If you go over to the 1 DTE, granted it's midday, they're $2 and $2 for one and $2.65 for the other. So the zeros expire end of the day. Hence zero. The 1 DTEs expire tomorrow. So they have a little more time. A little more time left on them. Okay. Is it not working for you, Beverly? I see your message. See if I can get that resolved for you, Beverly. Just let me know what your email is, what you joined with, and I'll see what's going on there. Okay, we're just stuck in that territory. We have the expected move to the upside, so we are in this range, in this rejection zone territory. Rejection zone. So if you're having issues on the back end, I will take care of that once the stream is done. I did see some of your messages. If you can give me your email, that will allow me to further assist you if you're having issues on the back end. Oh, so you're trying to use a TCRI? So you're trying to use the code for the boot camp, and it's saying only for new members? Is that the issue? So Bev, let me know which email you used to make the purchase, right? And I'll see if it's there on Discord, okay? But I will get all that stuff handled here. I'll try to get you access as soon as possible. So this is where we are on the 15. So do we have a little bit of exhaustion? We're above that 200 EMA. Take a listen to CNBC for a second. Let's take a listen to our friends at CNBC. Hit the like button, guys.
And I think there's going to be parts of the market that are picking up the slack.
What would you say the highest number of new highs in a year?
Since November 24.
Wow, okay.
You see that report that came out? Everybody's been talking about it. I'm sure you guys, yes, you probably, I missed the show yesterday. But,
not much, a little bit.
You did talk, but you did talk about the
labor.
Citrini research report about everything's going to go away and tokenization of everything like this. Is that what's been moving the market, or does the market seem knife edge reactionary to anything that comes out that seems to, no matter where it's from, that anything that comes out that suggests that AI is going to kill blank, insert whatever that thing is? Is that where we feel like we're easily rattled at this point?
And you're seeing that play out, whether it's the real estate brokers, and it's been rumbling through the market here.
Yeah, every day we had wealth advisors, real estate brokers, the truckers, commercial real estate companies, boom, 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 boom.
And what has that created, this bottom-up dispersion, is a significant divide. I'm sensing it from all my clients between sentiment and price action. The sentiment of the market right now and investors is quite fearful, given the fact that the S&P 500 is only about 2% off an all-time high.
Can you settle a debate from last hour about the financials?
Okay.
Carter Worth is quite bearish on them. A lot more kind of fundamental guesses still think they look pretty good. No reason to hate them. Not to put you on the spot, but do you have a point of view about the financial sector here, which has all of a sudden stumbled yesterday and now is one of the worst performing year to date?
Yeah, it's a sector we downgraded in January because of some weakness on an equally weighted basis. I think some of the strength was in the big cap banks and brokers. But you're seeing the the payment names roll over, and obviously the private equity names. And you're seeing some broadening weakness there, which is a group that we'd be more cautious on over the near term. So I would agree with that assessment.
Does that settle your debate, Kelly?
Well, I realized I asked another technician, and Carter's also. So from the technical point of view, it seems like everyone agrees. It's just that perhaps the charts will change, if they can show some strength again, maybe put some of these AI concerns behind them, and then we could tell a better story about the broader market, I would think.
Okay, this is how the market really looks. Let's take a look on the big screen. Back and forth and back, side to side. What are you using here? Detour. Cluster percentage probability. So is this kind of like standard deviation kind of thing? where this is the outer boundary. It is the midpoint area. It's pretty cool. All right, that weekly open sending us back to this territory here. So this territory, let's see if the same thing happens or if we slice and dice through it. Again, put in the chat, do we bounce or break? Bounce or break. The difference is this time we did get below that EMA. The difference is this time the Qs are starting to sell off. Let's see if we have enough to get below those lows. So this is being fueled by this rejection up here. So does this weekly open rejection send us below this major area of support? Or do buyers protect it? $1 million question. Okay, we got likely break. When we get into that territory, keep a close eye on the VIX. That's 1965. And to keep a close eye on the time sale. Keep a close eye on the other names as well. So all buyers want to see is a hammer, 2 down, 2 up on the 5, reclaim POC, 687.31. Okay, very sensitive to that territory before we even get there. Keep a close eye on that 5, that hammer candle. See if we can hold above 687.31, which is that POC on the 5. Is that a little dead cat bounce bull trap? Or is that legit? We're closing in on 33,080 subs, guys. We can get there by today. So we're able to join the Discord. First, join the Discord, Beverly. All right, so join it through the Spy Strikers Premium Discord tab. Once you click there, you get inside the Discord. You get access to all the community features. All right, so when you join the community, you have access to all these features, and then the live is right in here. All right, the Google Meets live, delay free, ad free. Okay. So I know some of you might be new to Discord. All right, it's just a area to organize the community. It's just the tool to organize the community. You have the basic navigation. You have the welcome, risk disclosure. Go over that. The rules, the date, the course. Okay, the course is here, so go through the course. 5 sections. Of course, this is available to everyone outside of the channel as well. YouTube, official website. Of course, it's for our captains. We have members. If you're a new member, make sure to leave an intro. Go through the intro if you like. Leave a testimonial for the ones who've been here for a little bit of time. Daily recap, what daily game plan, what our plan for the day. Recap what took place the previous day. Post every day, and this is the chat. If you keep scrolling, you have the live trading right here. Live trading right here. Okay. So let me know if I can help any further. So it looks like you did. I can see your history. You made the payment, but I don't see that you have a Discord username. So maybe create a Discord account or join. If you have an existing username, join our Discord through that link. So the link for the Discord is, let me open it up here. All right, so for those of you joining who are not familiar with the platform, right? So once you join, all right, you're gonna be able to see all. You're gonna be able to see the welcome home strikers. You go through that, and the premium Discord right here, and then you click that. Claim access. You claim access, but you have to have a Discord account. You claim access, you put your Discord account, your username and stuff like that, and then send you to our Discord. If you don't have one, we'll prompt you to create a Discord username, and then you create that. So the link is right there. Okay. All right, who's leaning towards dump? Anyone leaning towards dump? Are the 1 minute waves waving? Okay, 1 minute waves are waving this time. They were waving last time as well. Okay, let's see. Decisive break below. Synchronized selling would help. Again, I have no horse in the race, so. Now let's continue to listen to CNBC. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second.
This AI accelerator market at $1 trillion over the next 5 years. It's a huge market, and we're actually at an inflection point where I'm a big believer in there's no one size fits all. Frankly, you need a lot of different types of compute. AMD has all of the pieces, so we have CPUs, GPUs, we have the system infrastructure, and what we want to do is place bets on who we think are going to be the winners in AI innovation going forward.
And who might those winners be? Which companies will come out on top for AI innovation? Joining us now to give us his take is James Chuckmuck, the Chief Investment Officer at Clockwise Capital. James, welcome to you. How do you feel about the deal?
I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense from Meta's standpoint. I mean, why wouldn't you want to diversify your supply base? You know that the pace of build out that you want, and at the same time, shore up your supply to make sure that you have everything that you need for it, and 10% on top. So I think it makes a lot of sense from Meta's standpoint. I think there's more question marks as it relates to AMD. Obviously, it's good today. You see the pop in the stock, but there's questions about why they have to keep doing this and give up equity in exchange to fulfill demand. I think it does show promise in the fact that their next generation offerings will continue to have a demand in the market, but between the two, AMD and NVIDIA, we lean towards NVIDIA.
Well, and to your point, they've done it again. They had an OpenAI similarly structured deal, so 10% there, 10% here. Pretty soon that's real money. No, yeah. Check under your seat. There's another piece of AMD. It might make sense for them to lock in these long-term. Look, at the end of the day, you can have the public market shareholders. You could have a long-term partner like one of these companies. It seems to make sense. I'm actually more curious what you think about from Meta's point of view. I mean, do you want a company like this getting into the semiconductor business?
Yeah, I think so. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think a lot of these companies will continue to develop in-house, and obviously, I think it makes sense from a standpoint that this is the way the world is going. So why wouldn't you want to participate in that in a more direct way? So I think from Meta's standpoint, it makes more sense and raises some questions about AMD, but ultimately, I think it's still a two-horse race. AMD will do well. It's just which one does relatively better. We err on the side of NVIDIA.
I want to ask you, James, about Apple, if I can. I know it's one of your biggest holdings. It's a company you love. Moments ago, Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, you might have heard about that guy, confirming that the Mac Mini, which has been popularized, by the way, lately is kind of a network server, is going to be manufactured for the first time ever in the United States in Houston. So it's a big win for H-Town, go Houston. That said, do these types of announcements matter either way for the stock? Does it matter to Apple investors where not jobs? We know that does matter, but for investors, does it matter where Apple products are made?
I think you can make an argument to some. It might matter, but from our standpoint, not so much. The way we look at Apple is kind of different than, we're an active fund, so we're constantly looking for where can we create alpha in terms of, avoiding the downside or capitalizing on the upside. And Apple's not really one of those stocks that we trade. I mean, we look at it as a 5% top line grower, 10% when you include the buybacks and the accretion from the growth in their services business. So we're not really looking at it like that. I think Apple continues to be a very, very good long-term story. But, right now we're still focused on playing offense where we can on the tech side. But, the market, with your prior segment, there is fragility in there. So I think you have to balance it out with more value-oriented stuff and maintain hedges where you can.
I will say, do you think he'd be in the audience, Brad, Tim Cook? tonight, State of the
At
Union?
the State of the Union. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I would imagine that President Trump will reference this Apple news to bring jobs to Texas, which has a pretty tight Senate fight going on right now. This is a big win for Houston and for the state of Texas.
Yeah, and so James, then I guess
wild stab.
Yeah, wild stab it. Maybe that's what's going on here. Then where does that leave you on the rest of, for instance, the software space?
Yeah, I mean, look, software has taken a beating. Not all software is created equal, but we're certainly not going to be participating in a big way anytime soon. I think that the theories around and the hypotheses around enterprise software will continue to ring true and resoundingly so over time. But, we do like pockets of software. The companies like Hut 8 Corp are in there. Obviously, it has crypto exposure, but GitLab, that's a new position for us. So, there are opportunities within there, but, the CRMs, the Adobes and whatnot of the world, we're not really there. And I think your prior question, Tony, Kelly, on the financials.
I was just going to ask, I see here that it says that you actually exited the financials. Why is that?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. On your show a couple of months ago at the end of the year, I was like, we're not, that's our kind of least favorite sector heading into the new year, but kind of reversed course because looking for value names. But I do think that there is some possible theory that, there is going to be increasing correlation between the financial sector and the software sector if things keep going the way that they are on the software sector side. So, we exited financials completely. We're being very, very picky on the software side and, opportunistic on broader tech.
Well, very quickly, surprise, we have the Hut 8 CEO on tomorrow following earnings.
Look at that.
James didn't know. That's how it works. That's how it works. Tune in tomorrow, James.
I think it's a fantastic company. I will, absolutely. I never would miss your show, so.
It's perfect. The shares are up 11% today. As we talk about where the big movers are, they're not the names we were talking about 6, 12, 18 months ago.
Ironically, we did trim it today into the print. So a tiny bit, just a little off the top.
James, thanks for the time. We appreciate it today.
Thank you.
James Checkmuck with Clockwise Capital.
See, sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you just get good, sometimes you get both. All right, coming up, a little bit of a riddle. What happens when the disruptors get disrupted?
Tomorrow brings change and new opportunities worth exploring. Every step forward reveals a new path, new challenges to navigate, and new possibilities to pursue. Your portfolio. At Global X, we offer products for the journey ahead. Is your portfolio ready for what comes next?
I wonder if this can beat the market. Everyone's talking about the NASDAQ 100, but let's get more specific. Software. Actually, too broad. How about software that's already profitable? Companies that beat the last 5 quarters. Oh, and I want founders who are marathon runners. That's discipline. Yeah, let's see what that looks like. Turn any idea into an investable index with AI. Only at public.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a...
Okay, we're back. We did get the nice break of that level. See if we can continue to stay below it. Retrace, reject, continue to push lower. VWAP, we haven't tested VWAP in quite some time. Since we made that nice push, we haven't come back to test that VWAP. That balanced VWAP does coincide with that yearly open. Those two levels kind of coincide there, along with first shift, not first shift highs, just those initial highs we did break above. So see if that leads us. This would be an area worth waiting for. So now let's see if we can stay below it and treat it as resistance. So on that 2-1-2 continuation on the 5. Now, what the bears want to see is it comes into it, rejects, continues to push lower. Bulls want to see if we can get a reclaim, get back above it. If this turns into that retrace reject, we continue to drop. Or preferably VIX stay above that 1960 to support that drop. Because we do have third shift lows right there. So it's going to come down to this 5-minute candle here. Double inside currently. You see that? You guys see how erratic those candles are? How erratic those candles are. We see that the fighting back and forth. Jockeying for position. So 67% of the chat is green today. Congratulations to the one that are green. 67% on YouTube. All right, so we get that nice little continued break. Go, go, go. You want that thing to go 2-1-2. 2-1-2 continuation to the downside, no reversal. Break of this nice little under it. Buyers protecting it. They're doing everything they can. So you get a nice break of this flag. That 2-1-2 is looking towards being a reversal here. Buyers just continue to step in. So now this, you can see on the 5. All right, we got the break of those lows. These lows here. We got below it. Just can't seem to get that follower behind it. If we can go to 2-1-2 continuation, that'd be great. If this 5-minute candle starts to wick, falls back below it, that means there are still some buyers. They're pushing back. They're pushing back. Drop down to the 1. Look at the 1 wave. See if the 1 wave can hold. Qs are getting some pushback as well. Need that flush now. Need that flush. Yeah, question. If you raise your hands, you can feel free to send a message, unmute Yaz. I see your hand up. Question? On Google Meets. See if you get that nice drop. You don't take this by any chance? Back the downside. Need a strong close below that. See if that continue to drop. So if the Qs can start to drop as well. Qs went shooter there. Okay, if the Qs can start to break those lows, break structure. That would be great. Break down the Qs. See if these waves can remain intact on the 1. 5-minute, we did get the crossover. So this next 5-minute candle is critical. And that leads us right into that next shift. Okay, this leads us right into the next shift. And look at that candle. A lot of back and forth. A lot of back and forth. Even that back and forth can shake out a lot of positions. That is a position shaker. Make sure to like the video, guys. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to like the video. Continue to like. 120 likes. We'll do another giveaway. Let's get to 120. We'll do another giveaway. So waves are still remaining intact. A lot of back and forth, but waves are still remaining intact. Do we get another 2-1-2 to the upside? Or do we get a 2-2? After going 1-2, do we go 1-2-2? Bulls are fighting. See if they get overwhelmed with that selling pressure. Okay, it looks like we're starting to reclaim that territory. So we did get that breakdown. Couldn't get enough of a push. The trader's waiting for that complete breakdown of this support. Did get a couple of fake outs here. So you get that clean break of that structure, fall back below 686.88. Get back below 686.88 for a downside push. 686.88 will be critical. $686.88. Get that break of that support, trend line support, and it can start to move. In that case, we need the VIX to break trend line support as well. The Dow selling off here. Not the VIX, the Qs to break trend line support as well, and then we want the Qs to continue to push to the upside, seeking that 1977 and eventually working their way to, of course, 20 and hold above that 1960. If that 686.88 holds, this thing can start to slide. Moment of truth coming up. Moment of truth coming up. Do we break down here or bounce? Okay, would you be a buyer here or a seller? Buyer or seller? Put in the chat. Buyer or seller? Puts or calls? Right here. For the next 10-15 minutes. Would you be in the put army, call army? Keep a close eye on 686.88. See if we can hold below it. If we can, we start to break down. We got a seller, we got a buyer. Need that 686.88 to hold. See if that continue push. What we need the Qs to do. The Qs are picking up some speed to the upside. The Qs to break down. The Qs are starting to get picked up here. All right, the Qs are starting to get picked up. So a lot of back and forth in this territory. We got 2 sellers, 1 buyer. You don't have to have a position or a horse in the race to answer that question. If the Qs can start to go at 3, 1, 2, that'd be great. Back the downside, if it goes 3, 1, 2 back the upside. We'll start going to the upside. So the main level is 686.88. Stay below there. Right, so now if we can stay below, broke that 686.88, stay below it, more than likely we start to seek these lows down here. Okay. We're just looking for some follow through. Just the thing is, no follow through, right? Highly contested. Highly contested on both sides. Highly contested. Put an alert on the Qs. See if we get that alert break below that trend line support. Waves are still waving. Waves are still waving to the downside on the 1. So we're still getting the bullish wave sequence, the bearish wave sequence here. This back and forth. I can only imagine being in a position here. All right, back and forth. So it's either scalping quickly out of it or sitting back and defying that risk and letting it play out. All right. Follow through is what's mandatory here. Follow through is what's mandatory. On the 15, we're still inside on the hourly. That's one thing to make note of. On the 15, we are inside on the 15 as well. So both the 15 and the hourly are inside. Right. Usually the protocol is when inside, don't decide. Right. Okay. If this area can hold, more than likely this slides. Okay, let's see if that gets that hold. And the Qs to break as well. Qs to break as well, that'd be great. So 120 likes, guys. We'll do another giveaway. 120 likes. If you're just jumping in, let us know where you're joining from. We're live trading SPY. We took 1 trade today. We'll look to wrap this thing up at 3 o'clock, guys. So again, hopefully you found value in today's stream. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. If you've been watching for 35 episodes, join our team, join our community for tomorrow. We're going to go over some names. Of course, the pre-market prep stream, delay-free, ad-free stream as well. That's available. A few spots left on the trial for February. Use the code TRIAL30. That's all available to you. We get to 120. We already gave out 2 boot camps, guys. We gave out 2 boot camps already. If we can get to 120 likes before 3 o'clock, so basically 21 minutes. And in the next 21 minutes or so, if we can get to 120 likes, we smash our old record, we will do another giveaway. All right, we will do another giveaway. If you're done for the day, guys, don't continue to click the buttons and buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. Be done. Judge rejects defense's motion. Okay. All right, so buyers are looking to protect this territory. Let's see. Still not fully out of the woodworks, of the woods. Okay. 686.88 strong support. Let's see. Right, this is the case where it's where a lot of trades get stopped out, and it's very easy to get stopped out in this area. All right. Okay, we're starting to use that right here, that reclaim. Do we work our way back to the upside now? Let's zoom out just for a second. So we couldn't get that retrace reject off of it. We're starting to see some buyers pile in. Last line of defense. For sellers, maybe those EMAs. Last line of defense. All right. Still not fully in the clear for the bulls. If they can reclaim all those EMAs, start to work, then they'll be in the clear. Okay. The Q's breakdown would have been was the juice SPY needed to fall. Okay, needed that push lower. Okay, now we're starting to wake up. So in this case, let's go back to the other chart. Okay, so in this case, we get that break. Okay, we get the break, we get the close. We just can't get any follow through. You take this trade, right? Depending on where your risk is, that's 10 cents, a little too thin. If your risk is say up to here, okay, 38 cents. All right, we'll say okay, up to here, 30 cents. If it's 30 cents, the ATR is about 38 cents. If your risk is 38 cents to make 30 cents, came close to target. Right, almost a 1-to-1. If there is no target, you get stopped out. Because now you know that there wasn't enough. This prior support, they tried to flip it to resistance. They couldn't get that continued follow through. So if it starts to show some signs of life, starts to push to the upside, that's your cue. Okay, to exit and move to the side. All right. If your risk is wider, different story. If your risk is from here to here, okay, you have a thinner TP, so maybe you can squeeze something out of there. Okay. So it just depends. Okay. I'd like to join your group. Besides the monthly membership, are there any other? No other charges. All right, just your monthly membership fee. That's it. There's no surprise charges. If you're a member, you'll never experience a price increase. Okay, of course, gradually we increase the price over time. All right, we're opening it up to different people, right? So if you're a member, you never experience a price increase. So it's just straightforward. There's no hidden fees. There's no okay. Now, if you guys are scalping, you should use your 15-minute chart as your higher time frame. Yep, absolutely. 15-minute chart is a really good. It gives you some good reads. All right, you can see the 15. We dipped into that rejection zone. Okay, so let's see if we can start. If we have enough pressure from that rejection zone to start pushing to the downside. So if you're not an experienced trader, take your time. We do have the course material there for you to go over. We have lots of educational information there. Especially for a beginner, just watch the streams, right? The streams is a great way to accelerate your learning. The delay for ad-free stream, of course, in the group. Watch the stream. Pick up some gems throughout the stream whenever there's Q&As. Ask questions, interact, immerse yourself with the resources, right? It's really there to support you. Okay, it's really there to support you. Yep, the 5-minute chart, they reclaim that territory. Yep, you can see. So we just grab those lows, continue to push. Question is, do we have enough fuel to drive us into those highs and break? Yes or no? Do we have enough fuel? Do we have enough buyers to drive this into this resistance and break out? Yes or no? So again, if you are looking to join the trial spots are getting filled up. Let me see how much are left. Probably like 6 spots left. Even the full price is $50, guys. $50 is you get 10x your money's worth. Okay, over deliver is the protocol. Okay, if anyone did upgrade to yearly, let me know in the chat. Okay, I will manually add you because I have to check that after the stream is done. I use a different platform there. Just give me a heads up. And for everyone who did join today, welcome to the team. If you have any questions, reach out to me anytime. Add me, send me a friend request. So we're friends in Discord. I will never send you a message again. I'm going to reemphasize this every day. I will never send you a message first on Discord. Beware of scammers. Okay, beware of scammers pretending to be me, creating fake accounts, and sending you messages to send them money and invest in trade on your behalf, so on and so forth. So I'll never send you a message. The only point of contact is one way. It's a one-way street. If you're on the YouTube, it's just there's no way I can reach out to you. You can reach out to me, of course, with a free tier Discord. To establish a two-way contact, okay, that's primarily done with our members. So if you are a member, send me a friend request on the Discord, and then we'll initiate that conversation. So we have that two-way line of communication opened up. Okay, I do see your Trackology. I do see your message. Congrats for the winners. 12 minutes, guys. 12 minutes. We'll do the giveaway. 120 likes is the goal. Let's get the likes up. Soon 150 will be the goal. We did have over 800 people show up today. Okay, over 800 people. The average watch time, 43 minutes. So you guys are tuning in. You're locked in. So make sure to like the video. So if you've been watching for that long, we can easily get to 800 likes. All right, that's not a stretch. We're in between the 5 and the 20 EMA. Okay, they might keep chopping, trap both. Yeah, so they're just burning premium. Okay. So this is for scalpers. So even if you're scalping the upside, scalping the downside, you make something out of it. But if you're in that position, it's very easy, even if you're long, to get shaken out. Either you get shaken out or the premium gets chewed up. Okay? Shaken out or premium gets chewed up. Okay, I do see your purchase, Alexa, for the yearly. Okay? Welcome to the team. I will send you the access to the boot camp, and you do have a coaching call in your back pocket. All right. Anytime you need a coaching call, that is in your back pocket. For those of you who did book coaching calls, you do have on the yearly plan from the promo. Okay, you do have coaching calls available. Whenever you need it, use it. Some of you still have coaching calls. You took advantage of the package that I was running last year. So book your coaching calls, guys. Set it up. I didn't forget. All right, but you're gonna have to reach out to me. Man, let's get it done. So whenever you need it, it's available. And during that time, it's just to help you, whether it's a technical thing, whether it's a trade strategy, whether it's chart setup, whatever it is. All right, we use that 60-minute window to go over whatever you need assistance with, setting up your charts, whatever it may be. whatever it may be. Okay. Beverly, you can't access the Discord link. Does the link not work for you when you click it? Because it's associated with your email. It's associated with your email. Right now, neither puts okay. Right now, neither. I think bulls will push it up at the end of the day, like we did yesterday. Bulls did a tremendous job, right? All they to put icing on the cake. If they can close above that 687.80, they got the job done. They neutralized the bears. We did see that sell off yesterday. Now we do have a chance. We have a nice hammer candle on the daily. Okay, that sets things up for tomorrow. Sets the stage. We have State of the Union. So gap up, gap down, depending on the sentiment. Very possible. Okay. Any State of the Union lottos, puts or calls? State of the Union lottos. So the link to the live is in the free tier, is in the Discord, but I'll send it to you this time. Okay, but join the Discord to get that link. Okay, here it is. Beverly. So this is what you have access to. All right, but that's sent out every time in the Discord. Okay. So all the details, game plan, everything is sent out there. So it's not sent out through Whoop. Okay, I think there's 2 chats open. Okay. Let's see. Let's take a look at that 5. That's the night. Look at the shooter. Look at that trap, that flag trap. Vicious. That initial trap. You see that? So this was the grab those lows comes into here. So if you're trading that with no confirmation, it traps you. Look at that. That's a vicious trap, guys. Look at that trap. Do you guys see that trap? If we dump like that, then pump to break it, that would be something. Qs are on the verge of breaking that support. Right, they're putting some pressure on that support. 100% on first, 50% on position. Beautiful job, Jimmy. Check your inbox, Beverly. Okay, I sent the link in the inbox. In your inbox. In your DM. Okay, you got sending me a message from two areas, 2 places. So now is that the final straw that breaks the supports back? Final candle that breaks the supports back. If Nvidia misses on earnings, we will dump. They beat. They beat guidance with good good guidance. We could go to 700. $700 on SPY. Let's take a look. Depends where we close out tomorrow. Now, if we can close out near, if we can close out above here. Depends if we can close out tomorrow. Where we close out tomorrow. So tomorrow, if SPY can close, if SPY somehow some way can get above this major rejection zone, get into the 690s. All right. We're with that has a good chance that can potentially play out. Right? So it just depends on how we close out tomorrow. Because the path for SPY to get to 700, if Nvidia does exceptional, becomes significantly shorter. It becomes within reach. All right? But if we give back some of those gains, we dump here, we start to close the end of the day tomorrow in the 680s, then we're asking for SPY to make a $15, $20 move. All right. So all SPY needs to do is just be in position. That would be a tall task. So it just really depends. Just really depends. 120 likes, 3 o'clock giveaway. 120 likes. Extend stream. And we also smashed that record. Our previous record was 113 likes. Okay, 6 likes away. 6 likes away. So this support, see if this support starts to crack. If you have it on the 5, it looks more like this. All right, if you use the exact wicks, if you have it just the bodies, it looks something like that. Rejection off that POC, that 5-minute shooter. Nice trap, bull trap up there. So did they trap enough bulls to start to dump? Coming out of that rejection zone. Let's zoom out to the hourly real quick. So what do we know about the hourly so far? The hourly is inside on the 4-hour. Okay. Extended trading hour, 4-hour, it's expanding. Regular trading 4-hour inside on the hourly. Currently, this hourly candle is inside. Okay. Extended trading hours were inside as well, so both inside. If we break below these lows, we start to see a potential push back the downside. Break above these highs, continue push until in the meantime, little back and forth action. because now this break above these highs leads us to a compound break. Of course, as a break of that resistance downward compression. Also a break of the 4-hour range. All right, so let the dust settle here in this territory as we're double inside on the on the hourly. Double inside. All right, if you're just jumping in, make sure to like the video. We are at Live Trading SPY, just one trade today. Primary objective today was to be on the green side after red yesterday. So objective has been met. If NVIDIA misses, they are pricing in a $6-7 move on SPY for February 26th. So if that is the pricing NVIDIA beats, go up to move possible $12. Very possible, very possible. Keep a close eye on that support on the Qs as well. Qs are inside. That POC, some strong resistance on SPY. That 15-minute is inside as well. So 15-minute break below these lows, two up, two down reversal on the 15, coming from that rejection zone. And that closely coincides with this trend line support as well. So a lot of things starting to line up. A lot of things starting to line up. A lot of things starting to line up. Let me stand back up here. We got any power hour traders? Power hour traders. We're in the heart of power. We're just at the beginning phase of power hour. Easy shaking out people, absolutely. A lot of shake and bakes. It's good to pay attention to the higher time frame, right? 15-5 to see if we get that nice break. Just 5 minutes just went engulfing, so let's see if we can break that support here. Break that support, continue to slide. That can lead us all the way back to this territory here. Okay. And now do we have enough to start to drop? Look at the Qs. Qs are starting to break down as well. Qs are starting to break down as well. Qs are also starting to break down. All right, there we go. See if we have enough follow through. Okay, bulls tend to bounce off, get those bounce off that level, so we don't want to see any bulls. Let's jump over to the 5 real quick. All right, so we trap the flag up there. Resistance is resistance. Now do we have enough to start to break here? Do we have enough to start to break? Some follow through behind this candle. 23 seconds left. 23 seconds left. Do we get follow through here, guys? Do we get follow through or no follow through? Follow through meaning we continue to go in the direction of that candle. We're 20 likes away from 3,100, guys. 20 likes away. All right, inside, if it breaks here, continues 3-2 continuation. It continues. So the 15 is triggered. The hourly is about to trigger. Hourly is about to trigger. Hourly is about to trigger. 686.65 territory. The 5 already triggered. 15 triggered already. Follow through is the key. Follow through is the key. $680, $660, got a break for that follow through on the downside. You can see that. So the 15-minute reversal is already in motion. 5-minute breakdown is already in motion. We're waiting for that hourly. Hourly breaker is 686.65. All right, that's the frustrating thing, the follow through, right? It's getting those moves, but that follow through. Everything is fought for. Everything is contested. Contention on both ends. 15 already triggered. 5 already triggered. Waiting for that hourly to trigger. If the VIX can stay above 1960, that would help. Those contracts are losing value at an exponential rate. Keep that in mind. At 120 likes, guys. 120 likes for the next giveaway. We're getting close. We have 81 people joining us this afternoon. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, welcome back. We're watching SPY, live trading SPY, live commentary on SPY. Okay, we're at 121. We'll do the giveaway. So tomorrow the goal is going to be, of course, to smash that 121. There we go. Finally, right? So that 5-minute reversal signaled. The 15-minute triggered. The hourly still has not triggered yet. Okay. So if you kind of zoom out, again, that rejection zone that is provided in the pre-market. Again, nice combination to the downside. And the 15-minute triggered, okay? And then now the 15 minutes already at first target. So these little pivots, these little areas are those targets. So that target 1 already hit. So if you're looking for something beyond target 1, right? This down here, the target 1, that's a good TP. See if we can keep enforcement below this red line here. Stay below it. Because if we can, right, we can start gravitating back towards this area. So you can see that rejection zone. We got Brad. Okay, put your names in the chat, guys. Last winner, Andre L. Any new names that want to jump in? Now put your names in. We'll do the last draw at 3:30, and then we'll look to wrap up. 3:30, we'll look to wrap up. We have been extending the stream with a popular demand. You guys show up, like, support, so we extend it. Anyone take that? Anyone stayed patient? Take that. Break of that support, that 5-minute reversal, 15-minute reversal. Okay, if you're not, just take notes, see how it played out, see how long it took to play out, right? Always be in student mode. You have to be a student forever. Okay. Write it down. Go back, watch, see how it played out. And that support finally gets cracked, right? Support gets cracked. Support on the Qs also gets broken as well, you can see. So now it turns to synchronized selling. Now on the 15, we're headed towards TP, that TP2. TP2 up next. Okay. Bruno. Bradley. Increasing your odds. All right, so in this case, all right, so 5-minute reversal, folks. After traps here, that breakdown here, they're already in. The 15-minute is already in. The hourly is about to jump in. Right, but now look, if you're looking to go short, now look where you're going short. Now always have that spatial awareness. Where are you going short? Okay, same principles as before. Right, if it's coming into support, if you're looking to short support, just make sure you're not shorting at someone else's TP. If you are shorting at a potential TP, get another additional layer of confluence. Now below the box, short. That could be the short, but the short is once this broke. Once this broke, once that 5-minute triggered. If you went short below the box, re-engaging on a stop out here. Okay, failing to hold above that prior support. The hourly now triggered. The hourly is now triggered. That 886.65 is triggered. The hourly is selling off as well now. Okay, so now we're seeing selling on the 1, the 5, the 15, and the hourly. Yeah, I got to be careful. Those are the session lows, right? Session lows. So my whole approach is I like to be short into a major breakdown, or I like to be long into a major breakout. So by the time it's here, right, it's in my best interest to be short already and babysitting some runners to see if there's some more follow through behind it. That's what works best in my case. Okay. If we fail to hold this, no buyer step up off of that shift low grab. Right, we have a lot of room to the downside. Now the bulls guys, they can't blow the lead. They cannot blow the lead. They need to close this thing above 685.20. They did a tremendous job. They need to close this thing above this territory. Keeping it in this area would be great for them. But worst case scenario, the bulls can't give back 685.20 by the end of the day. All right. So it's been a tremendous day for the bulls so far, so they can't give that back. So if I'm looking to go short off of a prior shift low, I need separation. Separation means a nice break, pull back or retest off that level. Just to go short face value, what would be tricky? I would think that there's some buyers that can potentially push it back up because the short already dropped. So the people short here, the participants short, they have to start taking profit somewhere. Okay, we're starting to see a new 5-minute candle starting to speed up here. Time and sell speed up. See if we break those lows, it continues. The Qs, new 5-minute on the Qs. Okay, see if the Qs can break those lows. The Dow. Okay, the Dow, new candle here. Okay. See if we get some more follow through. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Anyone riding this, by the way? I know most of the strikers are done for the day. So the hourly is directional. 15 is directional. 15 already took out 2 TPs. Okay. The next TP on the 15 is right at that 200 EMA. All right, but the primary focus is you get that price action combination level break coming from this rejection zone. That's the key, that rejection zone. Okay, rejection zone is the key. Rejection zone is the key. All right, we're starting to slide now, guys. Look at the level 2 time and sell starting to speed up. See if it continues to push. Do you take 0 DTE SPY? Yes. When it's time for me to trade, I do take those 0 DTE SPYs during that 9:30 to 11:30 window. Do they want to turn that to a liquidity grab? Let's see. Grab prior shift lows. All right. If you did take the puts, TP where you need to. Take profits, guys. Manage accordingly. Giveaway 3:30. If you're interested in the giveaway, put your name in the draw. Put your name in the draw. Oh, you still have the puts. G. Thornton. Okay, just manage accordingly. So great job, folks, on YouTube. 69% of you are green. Our team, strikers. Let's see, where's the poll? So far, for the ones who did vote, 67% of the chat is green. Okay. So tomorrow's a new day, new opportunity. NVIDIA earnings after the close that can add an additional layer of volatility in those contracts. We'll see. We'll assess. We have the State of the Union tonight. State of the Union tonight. If you have not traded State of the Union before, especially if you're a futures trader, if you're a new futures trader, be careful during that time from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock throughout the State of the Union address. Be careful during that territory. You can see a spike in the volatility. Okay. If you're a seasoned trader, if you've traded State of the Union and futures market before, all right, you're looking to take advantage, the day's here. All right. Bitcoin also starts to move in that time as well. If you're looking to do price study, just open up the futures chart alongside the State of the Union and watch what happens. Okay. Let's watch what happens. Look at that grab of that low. Right? So the bears take their profits. Now the bulls are stepping up. Anyone watching the State of the Union? Does anyone still watch that? If I didn't go all day, right, I think we did a State of the Union stream one time where I have the futures chart on one side, State of the Union address on the other side, because it does have an impact on the markets. Okay, whether we like it or not, you guys know politically I can care less. Whether it's, to me, it's just the different wings on the same bird. All right. Right. So, but as a person looking to take advantage of the opportunity, that's what I'm there for. I'm just just opportunity. That's it. Maybe I'll set my VC. Funny thing is, some of the new generation folks don't even know what a VCR is. I was asking my son, do you know what a VCR is? He had no idea what it was. Right. I mean, he doesn't even know what a CD player is, let alone a VCR or Blu-ray. Remember those portable Blu-ray players? Anyone used to have one of those portable Blu-ray players you can take anywhere to watch movies. WA, stay here. Welcome Nissan 83. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to like. Cassette player. I was there for that. All right. Or the floppy disk. Remember the floppy disk? Typewriter, that's a little past. That's a little past. Walkman, those were big. The big ones were the CD players that don't skip. If you had the CD players that didn't skip when you're moving around, you were the talk of the town. All right. And I believe it was a Sony CD player. I remember when I got mine. It didn't skip. You can run with it. You can do whatever. And burning CDs as well. So I was burning CDs when I was young as well, right? We're not going to talk about how we got the music, right? But burning CDs, putting music on the CD. So you had to be there's a certain level of tech savviness you have to get access to music, right? If you come from that era, LimeWire, craziness on LimeWire, right? It was a different time. The naps. A-track. So I'm just in that cassette. I was there for the cassette, a little before my time, but I was in the heart of the CD. Floppy disk, a little bit of the floppy disk. We went to. Does anyone use USBs anymore? USBs, I think those are out of style as well. USB ports, like having not a USB port, but a USB drive attached to your keys. That was a thing as well, right? If you were that more recently, I would say in the last 10, 15 years, I think those are no longer being used because everything is cloud, right? What's the point of carrying data around with you when you can just store it in the cloud? Record on the radio. I remember that as well. Those were for ringtones, right? So back then, they used to sell ringtones. If you remember, they used to have ringtones for sale. So if you couldn't purchase it, you let it play on the radio. You record it, your favorite song, and you'll set it as your ringtone. Right? Just imagine the creativity of that generation, right? You had to find ways to access, because we were in the infancy of the digital revolution. So now this generation, guys, think of this. They are on the infancy of the AI revolution. Just like how we're talking about how remember ChatGPT, remember Claude, when you used to be able to prompt AI to do this. That's going to be something that's like a cassette player or like a VCR 20 years from now. Because now we're on the verge of another digital revolution. We're on the cusp, and it's coming. And this one is going to accelerate. Right? The speed of growth is going to be so significant on this one. So it took us how long to go from CD to streaming? How long did it take? 20 years? Right? From the point where CDs are no longer in, we have streaming. So from where we are to where we get to, humanoid robots, which is not, I'm not making it up, it's a real thing. That's not going to take that long. Because the cycles are getting faster. It's just a matter of, think of it like this. The technology is there for the stuff to be deployed. It's just a matter of, is there a market for it? Is there a market for a humanoid robot? That's the only thing. Is there a market for it? If we make it available, right? We have to create a market for it because we need to get other companies involved to sell it as well, to reduce the price of production. Why do you think Tesla, when they started to make the electrical vehicle, everything they do is open source? Because they had to create the market. Right? So if you want to create the market, you have to first be open source. So look at Tesla's playbook in the EV market. Right? The fact that it's open source allows for the market to be created. And now there's a market. That means there's some sort of demand that's being built up. There's demand for that particular thing. The only thing the humanoid robots need now is the demand. If they can artificially create the demand for us to need these humanoid robots to convince us that we need it, artificially inject demand in consumers, and in whatever creative way they can manufacture, whatever creative way they can do that, right? We'll be on the streets. Right? We'll be on the streets. And this is not some sci-fi 50 years from now, 100 years from now line of thinking. This is just around the corner. They have the incentive package available for Elon to become the first trillionaire. So he's motivated to get that done. 1 million humanoid robots. So now if there's demand for humanoid robots, do you think Tesla's going to be the only company making humanoid robots? Now if the market is there, more companies are going to start jumping in. So the technology is there, guys. It's just a matter of the demand is not there. Or the demand overall is not there yet. Okay. Yeah, the Jetsons. Yeah, the Jetsons was very telling. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that video. I saw a couple of clips of the Chinese Kung Fu army. Right. Do you see? I'm not sure if it's a thing. I'm assuming it's not AI. The video itself, but the fluidity and the movement of the robots is to me it's a little concerning. Right. The fluidity. It doesn't move like a robot. It moves like a person. Have you guys seen the Boston Dynamic videos a few years ago? They used to have the robot dog. They had the humanoid robot as well a few years ago. All right. Very similar to that, what China did. It's coming, guys. It's here. It's coming. Or I should say it's here. It's about to. If the demand is there, it's going to be here, guys. It's just a matter of the demand catching up. Henry, we'll do the giveaway. That's with far less jobs. Who's going to be able to afford the robots? No, the robots are first going to. The robots are going to be so expensive. First, the only people that can afford the robots are businesses. Businesses, right? They have the capital to order the robots, and then eventually, right, the market is created and it starts to get sent out to consumers. And if enough companies start jumping in, if there's enough production, then of the robots, and the price of producing a robot significantly decreases. And then now it can kind of just be available to the average person. All right, so I would think that in a production environment, we start to see it there. And then, of course, governments start to implement those robots. Maybe police districts start getting robots. Right? Army. So this is. I mean, it sounds crazy, but that's where it's headed. Self-driving police cars with robots, robot officers. Right. Absolutely, Gary. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, you can do a monthly payment. It can be some sort of subscription. You can finance a robot. Right? They'll find a way. They'll find a way. Again, it's not like I'm just making some stuff up, guys. This is the direction we're going. This is the direction where we're going. Look into something called predictive programming. So all the movies we saw in the 80s, the 70s, the 90s, the most recent one, iRobot, early 2000s, right? There's something called predictive programming. I don't want to go in the conspiracy theory lane, but a lot of the stuff we've seen in movies, from my perspective, right, is to prepare people. Is for them to get used to that particular thing becoming common. Robot brutality. Flying cars, there is technology to have flying cars, but the issue is it's insurance. Right. The issue is insurance, and the issue is roads. How you're gonna, like, traffic, roads, insurance. Right. It's a liability. Things falling out of the sky. Right. So how do you the rules of engagement? All right. Who controls certain airspaces in certain cities? What are the state lines? Right. If you look at the airlines, guys, airlines make their money because they control the routes. The reason why it's so hard to penetrate the airline business, of course, the cost to produce an airplane. At the same time, the routes certain airlines have to certain destinations are controlled by them. They own that route, so no one can fly that route. Some smaller airlines can lease that route, but you cannot just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to start an airline and take American Airlines path to London. You can't take that path. That's literally their path. Right? So they're not going to allow someone just to step in. So that would be a little more difficult to disrupt. A lot of hazards, insurance, liability, a lot of problems up there. But something similar to automated drone, like maybe a human-sized drone, that can be something that is more practical, where human error is not allowed. Okay, let's do the giveaway. The flying car issue is cost/turbulence. I've been following it since I was 15. This area we just go back and forth, it's chopping around. Let's do the giveaway, guys. Let's do the giveaway. And then we'll look to wrap up here. Interesting conversation, but that robot stuff, guys, it's coming. We've seen it in our own lifetime, right? Depending on what area you're from. Maybe you saw we went from the typewriter all the way to tablets now. If you told someone who had a typewriter and said, hey, you know what, we're going to have this device where it's just a screen, they'll ask you what's a screen. And you just touch it. It wouldn't make any sense. You can't explain it because it doesn't exist. Even if you go back the early days of computers, right? How massive computers used to be. That's all within our lifetime. I want a fly car before I die. You would have to sell a house. Or get one of those flying, they have a flying RV. So you should just live in the sky. Star Trek told us all about it. A lot of people didn't like the first word processors, POC controlling. EMA bounce. I saw the Empire Strikes Back. Last 30 minutes around here. Here we go. Let's see what takes place here. Again, very dangerous time here, guys. So be careful. If you're a power hour specialist, last 30 minutes. This is your window to operate. By all means, this is your time to shine. Everyone else, right? There's nothing to do there. The Lone Star. I don't know. I like to stay on the ground from my perspective. I'll probably be the last one to get a flying car. Or I'll stay on the ground. I'll just resort to walking. If there are no regular cars available, right, I'll just stick to good old-fashioned walking. And even walking itself, look how inefficient walking has become over the years. Walking was the primary way of moving around as a human being. Then we decided, hey, you know what? Let's make it a little more efficient, cut the time down. Let's use an animal. Okay, you know what? Let's use multiple animals and let's attach a chassis behind the animal so we can go a little further. Right, so I'll probably stick to the ancient art of walking. SAT bikes. If I ever was to buy during power hour, better idea to buy next options. I know it would be more expensive. You can use the next day's options. You can use those zero DTs are very, very volatile. So probably next day option would be the best bet. But the only thing you need to know is, are you looking to hold it to the next day, or are you looking to enter and exit the position? Right, because sometimes you don't want to hold a power hour trade. If it's not working in your favor, then turn it into some sort of swing trade because you have one more day left on it. So you have to make that distinction before you even jump in the trade. It's a no for me. Flying car, road rage. Just imagine. Get out your car, you're gonna fall out the sky, fall from the sky. In my experience, the next day loses a lot of value overnight. It does, exactly. It just depends on what you're looking for. Again, guys, let's do the giveaway here. Giveaway. Any more last names? Any more? Okay, last giveaway, last winner is Naga. I believe that's from our team. We'll see. Naga, send me a message. You are the winner. Any questions, guys? Do me a favor, smash the like button. Make sure to tune in tomorrow, same time, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. If you want to join us for the delay-free, ad-free stream and the pre-market prep stream, join the community. There's a free few spots left on the trial. Access all the resources, the course material. Join in our chat. We have a thriving community filled with dedicated traders. There's no one YOLOing, doing anything crazy. Everyone trading their plan, sticking to their plan. The majority of our traders work full time. They work full time in all sorts of industries. Most of the activity takes place during the first 2 hours. That's when the most opportunities are. Big shout out to Sancho again. Sancho, tremendous job. Way to close out the month. Way to start off the year. So you can see we have orb traders, 15-minute orb, 5-minute orb, We have EMA traders. We have textbook breakdown, breakout traders, all sorts of traders in our community. Okay, this is just lotto hour, guys, so be careful. Honestly, I don't think my kids would ever drive. I bought a Tesla and I don't even drive anymore. Yeah, the driving, that's also probably inefficient as well. So when do we get our first humanoid robot? That's the question. When does the first one enter household? Probably 2030. Last winner, Naga. Send me a DM in the free Discord. I believe Naga's in our Discord already. So if you are, just send me a DM. I thought Elon was the first. Yeah, Elon is interesting. It's hard to get a read on Elon. But he is, whether you like it or not, he's our modern day innovator. So our modern day Renaissance man. So 100 years from now, 200 years from now, 300 years from now, he'll be in the history books. Just like they talk about Da Vinci, they'll be talking about Elon. Just like they talk about Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein, Elon will be in that conversation, right? Nikola Tesla. He will be in that conversation for this era. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions before we wrap up? Again, sign up for the bootcamp. If you haven't already, use the code for the first 5 spots. If you're interested in joining our community, all right. Very straightforward. Access all the tools, resources, automated technicals, watch lists, swing trades, day trades, delay-free, ad-free stream, the 6-hour course, Shockwave 15 course, 2,000 plus hours of live training and training material. So all the stuff you need there is available. Yearly plan comes with a bootcamp ticket, coaching call as well. 4 months free, best bang for your buck. The big thing we got coming up is a bootcamp. All right, bootcamp we got coming up February 28th, 10 a.m. All right, this is live, not pre-recorded. We go cover all these topics here. What is day trading? Market fundamentals. We go from the very, very beginning and we start to speed up. And we build off that and start to cover all this material and more. It takes about 4 to 5 hours to go through the material. There are Q&A sessions. There's times for you to ask questions, to bring up some points. Look, you get access to both my slides, the option slides, and the technical reference guide. Shockwave 15 course, and of course my ebook as well. All right. So it looks like we're getting a nice little last minute pump here before the close. Again, guys, thank you for tuning in today. We made a record. Today we made a record. So the record is the likes. I think we broke our previous record. The previous record of 113 likes. We are at 126 likes. So we've officially broke that record. All right. If you haven't already subscribed, help us get to 3,100. Tomorrow, we come back. We reconvene. We let what happened today stay in today. We look for the best opportunities. We define risk, allocate risk, let the probabilities play out, and take it from there. Okay? Any questions? Any questions on YouTube? Strikers, tremendous job today, guys. My primary objective today was to be green. Whether it took me 1 trade, 5 trades, through 6 trades, That was the primary objective. All right, so implement that protocol as well to some extent. It will tremendously help you. So the poll in our community, 70%, the ones who voted were green. On YouTube so far, we got about 57 votes. Out of the 57 votes, 72% of the people were green. So tremendous job, guys. Coming to tomorrow, whether you're green, red, yellow, or yellow, okay, you're 0-0. You're 0-0. You're looking for the next opportunity. We're closing in on 3,100 subs here. We're at 3,087. We might be able to crack it tomorrow. Tonight, of course, State of the Union. So do we gap up tomorrow? Do we gap down? Let us know. Let me know. Do we gap up? Do we gap down? State of the Union. That will have an impact on the action. So things should be very, very interesting. Regardless if we gap up or gap down, we'll be there for it. We'll be there for it. Tremendous job by the Bulls. So tit for tat. All right. Bears took a shot, and now Bulls took a shot. A tie game. All right. So far, 5-game series, five trading days, 5-game series. The Bears scored Bears won one day, Bulls won another day. So the series is tied 1-1. The total score between the two, right, is the Bears are slightly ahead. If we can close above 687.80, which is that weekly open, then the Bulls take over. So tit for tat on both days. All right, so tomorrow we'll see what takes place tomorrow. NVIDIA, of course. I use the promo code early. Is that for the boot camp? So the promo code early is only for the boot camp. If you are having issues and you are a new user, come back tomorrow and I will just hold off on using that code. I'll refresh that code. Okay. Yeah, nice little break there. So again, do we close above weekly open or below? Above or below? The cool thing is on the past 2 days, the market hasn't made a lot of movement. It's back to where it started essentially. But if you're scalping, if you're operating on the lower time frames, there's opportunities everywhere. That's the cool thing. Have you tried the tick chart? 1,000 ticks is great for a spot with price action. Yeah, the tick chart is awesome to give you that extra layer of confluence. I did have it. I did have the tick chart first couple of weeks of January. First week or so of January, I had the dollar, I had the VIX, and I was looking at the ticks. So just trying to see which one gives me that good inverse correlation. Beautiful job. Look at that, guys. And there we go. 200% in power hour, single contract, 20 cents to 60 cents. That's what power hour is for. All right. Instead of using that major size, 10-minute algo here. Last 10-minute algo. Okay. It's just using very little size and get little exposure. Look at that, guys. Are you still in those 200+% trade? Beautiful. Look at that, guys. Last minute. So let's go to the 5-minute chart real quick. You can see finally got that break. And look at that 10-minute algo. The Bulls are here. The Bulls have took the lead. Look at that. Look at that. It was waiting. It was waiting for you to close it. Right. It was saying, hey, as soon as Doctor closes, let's pump this thing another $2. But tremendous job on that 200%. Beautiful. Okay. Any questions here, guys? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? We'll wrap it up here. As always, thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you found value from today's stream. Go back and watch today's stream. We covered a lot of things about small accounts early on. We covered some things about setups and confluence. So we have mini lessons between the stream, depending on the questions you bring up. So there are a ton of gems in today's episode. Go back, review those. If I get a chance, I'll try to get that clipped out and post it for our YouTube members. If you feel compelled to support the channel on YouTube, access some private videos. That's available for you. If you're looking to level up your trading and trade alongside our members, capitalize off the resources, that's also available. The link is pinned in the chat. Bootcamp. For those of you who signed up for something else, trying to sign up for the bootcamp, I will get that code fixed. All right, so that that 20% off code, I'll get that fixed for tomorrow. Everyone else, guys, have a great rest of your day. Make sure you subscribe. We'll see you guys tomorrow, first thing in the morning, 9:30. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a Spy Striker today, and take your trading to the next level. Tired?